Okay. Hi, everybody. We're live. Welcome all of you to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Let's see. Today is Tuesday, March 7th. It's 4:04. And present in the room live are Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, Abby Camp, myself, Ray Pohl, and Connie Patton at the moment. I anticipate that Steve is probably going to be joining us.
Very stuck in Boston.
That would make sense, school break and all that. So that's our board for tonight. By the way, Kim Stevens on Zoom. There are no other members on Zoom, which is fortuitous right at the moment because that means that we can do everything by a voice vote, unless someone joins us on Zoom. Anyway, for those of you in the audience, just a couple of things. One, mute your phones, please. And two, if you want to record any portion of the festivities tonight, let us know in advance. And so I think that I would ask that for a motion, that is Diane's motion to approve this evening's agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carried unanimously. So first item on our agenda would be public comment. Is there anyone either in the room right now or on Zoom who wishes to make a public comment?
Mr. Chair. I do, unless somebody else does.
Go ahead. We'll take you and then we'll get right to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to let the commission know, if you haven't heard already, our next phase of survey work through the CLG that we are included with will be March 20th that week. Our consultants POW will be on island and they will be continuing the fish lots to finish that off in this phase. You remember that they did 97 new surveys for the historic district. And then they'll be continuing into the Brant Point area, and the Historical Commission has worked with myself to provide our consultants a list of properties to survey. And of course, this will be a multiple year process, but we're going that direction. I just want to let the commission know.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, Holly.
I want to speak on one of the items.
On the application, so that's not public comment. So that when it gets time for the application, just come up to the mic, announce yourself, and that's that. Okay, so if that's it for public comment, is there any commissioner comments at this time? You know, folks, I was going to make a few commissioner comments, but I'm going to hold them in reserve for now. I think they might come up later on an application. I wanted to give general comments, but if necessary, I'll make them specific to a particular application. Anyway, so sounds like we have no commissioner comments at this time. So we do have one sign at 54 Main Street. Do we have anyone? Oh, actually, so let's see if
Billy.
there we go. Billy. Go.
Well, I was going to say the applicant is on and they requested to be heard by the
Ah.
full HDC board. So
Okay.
I was going to let them speak first.
And that would be you, Ann.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi, should I begin?
Yeah, of course.
Great. I'm sorry I missed the last meeting. I got confused about timing, and thank you for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. I work at Remain Nantucket, and we own and maintain 54 Main Street, where Mitchell's bookstore is located. You know, one of a handful of shops on Main Street that is, you know, truly open year round. So I hope that will be taken into consideration. We just lovingly had the sign restored, and I think it looks great. It's all the historical colors that were originally there, and it's, you know, it's, as someone on the sign committee nicely said, it's quite iconic. So I hope that's appreciated. We put an application in, and we're hoping that we can put a very simple, appropriate light to illuminate the sign during those months when it is still open and we're past sunset. I did a quick check, and from early November until mid-February, when the shop is open until 6 o'clock, it would be that there are from early November until mid-February, the shop would be open past sunset. So just wondering if it would be, if you guys could reconsider the advice of the sign committee and give us the green light to put lighting on the sign. To sort of, show really good faith, we're more than happy to put the light on a timer so that it goes off promptly at 6 o'clock when the store is shut. That's the end of my comments. I know you have a busy schedule, so thanks for hearing me out.
Yeah, certainly. Thanks for the presentation. So the fact that it's here means that the sign committee had some concerns. Kevin, I believe that's why you're here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin Kuster from the Sign Advisory Council. Our concerns were number one, that our guidelines clearly state that businesses that are not open after sunset will not get lighting. And secondly, we feel that this sign is very iconic. It has a number of grandfather issues with it already that you may be familiar with. The colors that Ann mentioned probably would not be approved today. And the little dangling signs underneath it that say books and maps or whatever, those kinds of signs are not allowed to be put on signs today. So the sign already has quite a number of exceptions. It's very colorful. It's very iconic. We don't feel that the lighting is appropriate because of the statement in the guidelines, but also because it is small, but it's a very contemporary fixture. And we're just concerned about the precedent that this may start to set. And that's our main concern. We really try not to put lights on signs for businesses that are not open. I understand, there's some issues during the shoulder season, but it's a pretty highly lit corner, and we think adding light would not be something that we would like to see happen on this sign. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Now, could you elaborate on something, and if for no one else than for me, but I'm unfamiliar with the provision in the sign guidelines that talks about businesses being open after sunset. So for example, and let's just take an example. I'm a restaurant. Okay, I'm Ventuno. Now, because Ventuno is open until 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, are they granted an exception for the lighting thing because they're open later into the evening? Is that?
Yes, they would be. I don't know, number one, if they've applied for theirs or not. We get a lot of cases where people put lights up without application. And we try to chase down some of them. You may have noticed that, for instance, Lemon Press has had their sign lit all winter long, 24 hours a day, so there are people that do that. But anyway, yes, they would most likely get an exception, and they would also have to follow the guidelines that require the light to be down directed, and also have watts of no more than 30 watts.
So the particular light that's being requested here, is it down directed, and is it under?
I believe it is down directed, and we've been told that they'd be able to manage the wattage.
Okay. Okay. Great. Just so that we know what.
Concerns primarily is, it's sort of, it's like if another business came in with an iconic sign like this, say Pacific National Bank wanted to put lights on the sign, we'd probably say no for the same reasons. I mean, this is a very historic corner. It's been this way for a long time. To put a light up seems a little bit not in the spirit of keeping the historic district historic. So
Okay.
that's all.
Kevin, thank you. Holly, you got something?
I do,
Okay.
if you'll indulge me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Sure.
So for the record, obviously this structure is a contributing structure to circa 1846. It was by George H. Rydell after the Great Fire of July 13th, 1846, and it was finished in 1847. And of course, it's been Mitchell's Book Corner since 1968, and Remain Nantucket is the current owner. The building obviously is brick, and implicating the brick facade with a new opening is of concern. Obviously, if the light fixture is to utilize, there's an existing rod that's sticking out. I could say that's okay, but that seemed to be not clear in the plans. Aesthetically, the fixture seems simple enough, but shouldn't detract from the historic building and sign. In lieu of the sign advisory council's concern, and they are the guru when it comes to signs, and I tip my hat off to them. Maybe a light on the sign itself would be permissible, but overall, I think it would be helpful to have a more detailed rendering of showing the exact location of where that would have been, as if, and also exactly what the proposed Kelvin is proposed for. It's nice to know that they were going to try to regulate based on the requirement. So I just wanted to provide that some information for you all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Anybody else want to speak before I turn this over to the board? Okay, board members, it's to you now. Yes, Diane,
Can I start?
of course.
That, wait.
Oh.
Oh, thank you. I think that on this particular location, which is very well lit as it is, that this, if we allow this sign to go up, next week we'll have 3 more signs with lights requested, and we will have lost the main street, which is what people come to look and see, our main historic main street. I think that if they were in a dark corner, it would be one thing. There aren't that many lights there. A restaurant has over the history been allowed a light because it is open later. And usually the light comes through the window. I don't know specifically if some of them have or have not requested lights, but I think it's a bad step to take, is to allow this one to have a light, and then it's going to, the request is going to go up and down Main Street. It does on every other occasion, so that's what I
Okay,
think.
thank you. Who's next?
I'll
Val.
take a stab at it.
Thank you.
As I'm pondering the last time I was downtown and it was nighttime, if the lights are on in the shop and it's lit up, I would think that that gives an indication that it's open. Is there any lighting over the door per se that keeps people from tripping or, you know?
Mhm.
That would be my only concern. I get it if you want some lighting so people aren't stumbling around, but we do have street lights, and I agree with Holly. It's unclear exactly how this is gonna look and play, so I'd side with the sign committee.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
Well, so I was pretty gung ho about it when it was first brought up tonight, but
Gung ho in which direction?
for, because I thought it would. I think-
You mean for the light?
For the light, because I thought it would light up the light. It's a beautiful sign. I don't think it's so egregious with the colors. I mean, that's like an old yellow ochre and a blue, blue. I don't see that as some of those others that we've had trouble, but I'm worried about precedence. I'm wondering if it has one light, wouldn't it have to have 2 lights, like on either side? And then to Holly's point about maybe it could have like a small light on either side instead of, I'm worried about putting a hole in the building for electricity. It seems a little harsh for a an old building like that. So I'm not very helpful.
No, that was I thought it was very helpful. Connie, your turn. Thank you.
I'm not going to be very helpful either because I agree with Abby. Is there a street light close by?
I think so.
So, yeah, I originally I thought this is a great idea, but now I'm not so much in favor without more direction about what kind of light, where it will be, the wattage. I do appreciate that it would be off at 6 PM, but I guess I have more questions now than answers.
Thank you, Connie, and I think those were helpful comments too. So I'm going to sort of bring up something that continues to be of concern for me with respect to old and historic versus new and unhistoric. I feel like with respect to most of our older buildings, that we hold them and restrict them in ways that we don't hold and restrict new buildings. Similarly, so that's to the disadvantage of the old buildings by way of preservation. Similarly, if I was a restaurant 4 doors down with a brand new sign that had no historical significance, and I get a light because I don't have historical significance, but the old historic sign doesn't get a light because it does have historical significance, I think there's a reversal there that is not helpful to those people that are trying to foster and work with old historic fabric. If they're being held to a higher standard and being more restricted, I think that that's working against the intention of this board, frankly, which is to advocate for stuff like that. So I would suggest to the applicant that you have a board that I think has concerns, like sign committee has concerns. We've raised a number of issues. I think that there's still a window whereby you might be able to get lighting of some kind that would indicate, oh, by the way, I think it goes without saying that they wouldn't be here if there was not an issue about whether or not the store was open. Like, they wouldn't be applying for this if everything was just fine. So there's a reason they're doing that. I think that we can respect that. Unlike a restaurant, this is only open until 6 o'clock. I appreciate that they're willing to put it on a timer so that it goes off. Wouldn't that be great if Lemon Press did the same thing? And maybe that's something that through the sign committee, it's like, okay, if you get it after hours, it has to have the timer, has to go off when your business goes off. I think that would be a good proviso to put in at your level, Kevin. So I would suggest that we hold this for revisions and see if the applicant can't come up with some, creative solutions to this problem, knowing now what the concerns of this board are. How does that sound, Ann?
Yeah, that sounds fine. I didn't want to speak out of turn. Ryder Electric indicated, I'm happy to come back with more information, but they just very quickly, Ryder Electric indicated that there is electricity just inside on that corner, and that they could bring a wire out. They would have to penetrate the building, but yeah, they'd bring a wire out. And the lighting that I submitted with the application is just very simple, sort of swan neck lighting that would shine down on either side, and we could adjust it for lower wattage. I'm happy to come back with more.
Yeah, so rather than just terminate this discussion, I'd rather have a motion to hold for some revisions and see whether you're able to come up with a solution that would be amenable to the board and also to the sign committee, frankly.
Make that motion.
Okay, so Diana's made the motion to hold this one for some revisions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There we go. Okay, thank you all for
Just
for
as
that. Yeah.
Stephen's still in Florida, so. he
Oh,
won't
so
be
he's
here
out.
tonight. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, we'll see how that goes. Now, so we have our list of consents. Now, I think given the length of our list of consents, we may have issues with recusals. So here we are. Val, you need to recuse from
Yes.
at least some of them.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if it helps, I did try to put all the ones that where the commissioners had to recuse towards the bottom. If that would help, if you want to do it in segments.
Oh,
Yeah,
so,
1 through 31.
well, let's see. Let's find out who actually needs to recuse. Val, you've got a lot on there. So who else? Diane, I don't imagine you need to recuse from anything, right? And I don't mean that cynically. I mean that sincerely. And Abby, same.
No.
And Connie, any? And I'm looking, and I actually don't think I have any on consent either. What the hell's up with that? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Well, we,
Anyway, so listen, I think we can do this with a 4-person board then. Would Val recuses and I think we're good.
can we
is-
just omit Val's then?
Well, no, we have a 4-person board, so we can proceed and Val would simply recuse and then we're
Okay.
covered.
Cool.
Mr.
We don't
Chair,
need to. Yes,
it's Jason Finger. I actually have a question regarding one of the items on consent.
yes, go ahead, Jason.
It's number 54.
54. Okay, Chuck Hollow, right, yep,
Yes, I'm in a butter. Sorry. I
Yep.
had- And my concern was that since you did not all see the plans of the existing house, the garage, it looks to me, was being proposed as 2/2, and the main house windows are 6/6. And since they're not at this point replacing the house as originally proposed, the garage windows will not match the house. And it is visible, both are visible from the street.
okay, let me make sure I got this straight, Jason. You're saying that the garage is being proposed as 6/6 or 2/2?
It looked like 2/2s in the drawing.
2/2 and you're on this one?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on, folks. Okay,
Let's just look at it.
all right. So, and I would love, so Abby has requested to have us review this. So here's what I'm going to do. If this is the only consent application that has any issues, let's pull it. And then we can consent the rest of them and then we'll return to this. Okay, everybody good with that?
Yeah.
All right, so I would like to have a motion from anyone except Val, who is recusing from all of this, to approve all of the consent items with the exception of number 54. May I have that motion?
So moved.
There we go. Double the motion. Okay. So on Diane/Abby's motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's out of the way. So now let us return to number 54. And so Abby has requested to review this. And as we have just heard, Jason's concern is over the discrepancy between the windows that are being proposed for the revisions to the existing garage, which is what is on the table right now, and versus the existing house, which has a different style of window. So, Stephen, in terms of sequencing, Val, do you have anything to say first, or do
Yeah,
you want to
sure.
speak to that?
We are eventually going to come in with some plans for a new dwelling. However, at this time, that's not on the table. It is our intention for that new dwelling to match what we're proposing to do to the garage. So I suppose if we say how to match house, it will work. either-
I have a sort of a similar counter proposal. for
And,
you.
okay,
What if we approved it to match the existing house? And then if your client decides to move forward with a new house with different windows, you just come in and revise them.
Okay,
Can we make it
Sure.
that simple?
yeah.
I believe that would satisfy Jason's concern. Jason, I don't want to put words in. your-
Yeah, I don't mean to be overly pointed, but the whole process of this site is being all done backwards. First, we saw the pool, then this popped up, and then we got notice kind of in between that the house is being demolished or moved and replaced, and now the house is being pulled off. So I'm
Well,
just
this-
having a lot of concerns
yeah.
around the whole thing.
All right, well, I do appreciate the fact that you want to keep whatever the house and the garage are consistent in terms of fenestration. I think all of the board members would agree with you on that score. And I think just to keep it safe and clean right now, the idea is that the house is staying. House has 6/6.
Yes,
Mhm.
And as such,
there's pictures of it.
as such, we would approve the guest house, or not the guest house, the garage, the revisions to the garage through staff with 6/6 as opposed to 2/2. And if your client decides to come in with a new house with different window pattern, then you revise the garage accordingly.
Okay.
Sound okay?
Yeah.
Everybody good? All right, now, and I also don't want to put words in the mouths of my board members. Does anybody have anything else they would like to say on this application?
No, I think that's a good solution.
Okay. All right, so can somebody give me a motion that would encapsulate that? Abby. Do you want me to tell you what the motion is?
Sorry.
You're texting, aren't you? You're texting somebody.
No, I'm
I'm kidding. Okay, so listen, here's the motion. The motion would be to approve the modifications to the garage with window style to match the existing house, also known as 6/6. That's the motion through staff. Okay? Is that your motion, Abby?
I will make that motion.
Okay, that's Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There we go. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
that concludes the exciting and eventful consent agenda portion of our thing. Now we're going to go to consent with conditions. Why are you standing up there, Lindsay?
Oh, so I thought you were doing
Sit
the
down.
Rachel Hollow. I'm not-
No,
that was the other-
that's just a garage. I don't know where the other one is or if it is. All right, so we're consent with conditions. There are 5 items on consent with conditions. And nobody, as far as I can tell, needs to recuse from this. If I'm correct, no, I'm sorry. There are 6 consent agenda items and Val does need to recuse. So,
We're on the condemn with conditions.
correct.
I just have 5, 6. I see. Never mind. They all go down. Gotcha.
Are we good?
Yep.
Because if we're good, I could entertain a motion with Val recusing to approve the consent with conditions agenda.
I'm not sure. I go with 5 Surfside Road.
Do you
but,
want to review it?
Can we just review it
Yeah,
quickly?
of course. Okay, so let's do a quick review of 5 Surfside Road and, okay, so consent with condition 5 Surfside, which is for a spa, which I believe is not visible. And then we also appended the, not visible at time of inspection proviso.
Yeah, that,
How come I'm not
Do
seeing
you
it?
want me to speak to why I put it on?
Sure,
consent?
yeah,
Yeah,
Val, that would
okay.
be extremely
I know this
helpful.
house is historic and we took some time to review it. This is a plain old, what everybody used to get as a spa hot tub that, you order and they plop it down and.
yeah.
Oh, right.
And
yeah.
it's not built in, it's in the yard. And I really looked at plan because I thought, this is a historic house, but it's 3 feet tall. It's in the backyard. And I really didn't think we would see it. So that was my reason, but I mean,
Well,
everybody has to
well,
sort of.
somebody
Mr. Chair.
in
yes,
discussing this,
Hang on one second.
yes.
Thank you, Val Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention that I did append onto Val's condition about concurrence from MHC. And the
Oh.
reason being is not only is this historic, but this property is going through historic tax credit applications. And I am not aware of MHC giving their approval to this inclusion onto the site. So that is the reason why that is on there. This is a circa 1900, the Grimes House structure. You all reviewed some changes to it following the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, which is what the provision that they are able to apply for under the historic tax credits. It's also been reviewed and supported by the Historical Commission for the historic tax credit. So I'm not quite sure whether or not MHC will rule on this outbuilding kind of structure, even though it's not associated with the structure itself. But I wanted to kind of put that on there. And I have reached out to the preservation planner who works for Epsilon, who handles the historic tax credit application, just to confirm with her on whether or not MHC was going to be looking at this. I just want to be consistent.
Okay, thank you for all that. And it's a theoretical possibility. So if this board approves it, are we trumping them, or do they still get to, like, do they have veto power?
We don't know.
We could leave a caveat, right?
Oh, well, I guess the caveat is built into this language, isn't it?
It is, but that's why I put that in there.
Okay, concurrence with
Concurrence.
MHC. So I guess we are covered. Like they
believe
would
so.
have to say yes to it, otherwise
Yeah.
it's dead.
Correct. Or they could tell me we have no concerns with it. And I think that would also allow you all to approve it the way
Okay,
hopefully you are
all right.
based on that.
So Diane,
Yeah,
having
wouldn't
heard,
it,
go ahead.
this has been discussed a couple of times elsewhere, and that nobody seemed to have a determined answer as what it would do with the tax credit or not. And I wondered whether it would be better to get an answer before we said yes than say yes. It's still got to be held up, but it would give us a basis to, if it ever came up again with something that people had been granted a tax credit. So that was my question, was about the tax credit, and we couldn't find anybody who had an answer. So that's,
Okay.
we don't have one either, right?
We don't have an answer, but we have a safety net in the language.
Correct.
So as Holly mentioned, if they do not get MHC approval, then our approval is not good.
I just, what will?
Well,
be
it's
just
up to,
simple-
it's up to the board, you know.
I feel uncomfortable.
Okay, so there's certainly two people that feel uncomfortable. Val, you're recusing.
Do I
Look,
have
listen.
to?
Oh, no, you don't. That's right. You don't have to.
It's
No,
not my
no, no,
application.
I'm sorry. You just explained it. You
Mm.
weren't, you're not representing it. Right. Well, okay, so let's hear from you, Connie and Val. Val, you're the one that consented it, so I think I know. where
Well,
you are.
I appreciate Holly's add-on there, and I would go along with that.
That's sufficient
Yeah.
protection for
Yep.
you. Okay, Connie?
Not knowing that when we were looking at them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I would say that would be fine.
I agree.
Okay, so I actually think that we can approve this, given the language that's in the conditions that are appended onto that. So I think this is going to be, well, I'll do a voice vote, but wait, who made the motion?
Nobody.
Yeah, nobody made a motion. So can I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve it.
Oh, Okay. all right.
With the caveat.
With the
Yeah,
caveat.
well, the
with whole
caveat is
thing.
built in. We're safe there. Okay, so Diane has made a motion to approve. All those in favor say aye.
I,
Any
No.
opposed?
One abstention over
Oh,
here.
one abstention. Okay. So that's item number one. Now we do have the remaining items on consent, the remaining 5 items. So can we just do those as a, oh no, Val has to stay off of that one. Okay, so can I have, Val's recusing, can I have a motion on the remaining 5?
Hold on one sec. I'm having really bad.
Well, yeah, I'm not getting up my thing. Does anybody want to make a motion on consent with conditions?
Make a motion to approve consent. with
Thank you, Connie.
conditions.
Okay, all those in favor of, should I wait, Abby?
Because I'm sorry. Well, I couldn't find, I can't find where we are today.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an issue because there's a long consent item thing, but it's not showing up there.
Yeah, and when I looked at the consent, when I did, they didn't have all these consent with conditions. So,
Right, yeah, so like 5 Surfside Road is not on there.
No,
But so let's see, Connie has just made a motion to approve items 2 through 6 on the consent with conditions section. All those in favor of Connie's motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I guess I would say aye.
Okay, so you're an aye and
I'm gonna abstain just because.
okay, so that's 3 in favor, 1 abstention on consent with conditions. Okay, Sophie, we are to a view. Uh-oh.
what?
Well, Stephen's chairing Sophie's thing at Loretta Lane. He's not here. Abby, you're here. Diane, Val. Ooh. All right. So Sophie, I don't know anything about this, but you would, Abby could chair. You'd be down to a 3-person board. Do you know the drill on this? If things don't work out for you, you have it heard again, but then you ask people to mull in back in.
Okay.
I mean, it's up to
Because-
you. You can hold it or whatever, but you're a
Nope.
3-person board right now.
Got it. And we
You-
didn't discuss it last time in full, so I can, neither of you can be on it because you haven't read it. Is that correct?
No,
Got it.
No.
Okay.
if you want somebody to mull in, you gotta like tell
Yeah,
them
be
to
in
do
it.
so.
No, I'm good.
So Abby,
Yeah.
would you mind sharing
No,
Loretta?
sure.
And so again, for all of you, Abby's chairing 7 Loretta, Diane, you're on it, and Val, you're on it.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah,
Oh, good.
So what this is basically everything.
I got 2.
But you guys are seeing in red. So I scale these on the computer based on the dimensions that they are. So these are the houses that you see, as you're driving down Pockmer Road, for texture and for context rather. And then what I'm proposing is in red there on the left at the bottom.
Thank you, Sophie.
So what I'm hoping that you guys see with that analysis is that yes, I'm asking for 2635 on the ground, but in terms of scale relative to what else you see from Pocomo Road, whereas this project you cannot see from Pocomo Road. It is in keeping and actually smaller than a lot of the houses in the neighborhood. We're asking for wood roof, cottage corners, all wood windows. All wood decks. And then the deck on the second floor, you guys seem to like it when you don't see spindles. So I propose to do that shingled so that you don't see the balusters.
It's like a private school.
2/2 windows. And
Yeah, thank you, Sophie. Is that it?
yes,
Okay. Holly, you're not on this, are you? No. Board members? Diane, I think you're on this.
Yeah, I am. I think that it looks like it fits in, but interestingly enough, on the proposals that you gave us, there's where is it? It fits in well, but it's the only one that's got a roof walk.
Hmm.
And roof walks are not overly disturbing, but it's just everything else does not seem to have it. I don't mind I enjoy the architecture. And it comes in at 82, and it's same thing as the house next door. So it fits in there. From what I see at the moment, I don't have any complaint, except I would like to see the roof walk gone.
Thank you. Val?
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Same as Diane. I think the house is very handsome. It seems to scale with the rest of the buildings in the area. Minus the roof walk, I could make a motion to approve it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's, I like that. So, oh, I don't have anything to add. So why don't you say something?
Motion to approve as submitted without the roof walk,
Okay,
without prejudice. Through staff. Yeah.
okay, Val, thank you. Diane on Val's motion,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Val on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, thank
Thank
you,
you, guys.
Sophie.
Thank you.
This was helpful, Sophie. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby and everybody. This one does not show up on our little machines here because it says not anticipated. So am I going to guess that, do we have some kind of an issue with structure here?
No, it was up for last week, but I was driving,
He was driving.
or 2 weeks ago when it came up.
Driving, okay. All right, so we're new business, folks, so that means that we're all on board unless anybody has a conflict, all right? So Ethan, 15 Maury Lane, move and rotate house. And you won't find this on your pads, so you might want to look.
There's a full set, and
Oh, well,
the
you
paper
mean
set.
like paper?
Yeah,
Yeah, we don't do
yeah,
that.
but they're really nice looking drawings.
Oh,
They
I love
always
all
are.
drawings.
It'll help to see it on the paper. If they
I
can
think
handle
I
that.
already looked at it. Yeah.
So this is basically the house. Front door faces the backyard, and the back door and all the utility stuff face the road. And as you can see, the house needs to be fixed. So his idea is to pick it up, rotate it, new foundation, put it back down facing the road. Just rotate it 90 degrees and kind of move it.
90 degrees.
There are 180, sorry, 180. Yeah, and right now it's sitting on a mixture of like CMU blocks, brick, pilings, all different things. And over the time, the original house had lattice all the way around. Lattice is rotted away in a lot of pieces you can see in the photographs, and it was replaced with just plank boards. And the new foundation is to look like the original lattice with the little brick columns, which I've done before in houses like the house I did on Fayette Street downtown. And then, as you can see, a lot of the windows in the original house up top were a mix of all different things, and some windows are double hungs on their sides. So the idea is to put it back, taking out the odd windows that was in an infilled porch and match all the existing windows with 2/2s, and make the wood roof is going to be wood. new chimney, obviously, and that's just fixing all the stuff that's falling apart and keeping the colors of the original colors, which is, if you can see the photographs, it's a weird turquoise, which was one of the original colors on the trim.
Oh.
Or actually, that's on the doors. The trim is going to be what I have on the application. I can't remember. That's it.
Good. Okay. Holly.
Thank you,
Rob,
Mr.
I'll get to you in a minute. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1906 structure, actually based on the old HDC survey on file. It had alterations back in 1909 through 1923, which oddly enough actually follows the Sanborn map, so makes sense. The proposed move and rotation changes the streetscape and its orientation that it's had for 114 years. I actually did speak to Ethan on what the driving force of the change was. But overall, changing the orientation to the street and the is of concern. I also notate, and maybe you can mention on this, Ethan, is the elevation labeling should change actually. So that's what there's a little confusion. So if you're going to rotate it, then obviously the elevations from north, south, west, and east are all going to change.
They're not.
It didn't seem to match unless that was me.
I think that's because he's turned it.
Already, yeah. See, and I was trying to look at it based on the existing conditions, so that's why. Just for the commission's understanding, this HDC survey on file shows a mixed of fenestration on this eclectic structure from 6/6, 2/2s, 8/8s, an 8 light and a bay window. The existing, assuming is still a piered foundation to a proposed full basement. I'm hoping that the characteristic feature of the lattice skirt will remain. Appreciate the overall massing changes. They're very sensitive in nature, unlike some of the changes that we do see. However, I do believe that the changing the orientation on the lot and to the street is concerning, considering how long it's been that way. I'm not sure what's going on with this. And I will notate that Rob is here regarding SAG comments.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Holly, thanks. Rob, your turn.
Great. Okay, good. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you. This is, sorry, just looking for it. There it is. Okay, I got it now. We wrote these comments a few weeks ago, so it's not totally fresh in my mind. But anyway, plans call for 32 new windows and 3 new doors, and I guess we were looking for maybe a window and door survey. And for the salvageable parts and everything. And just a comment from one of our members, moving from original location and switching orientation both compromise the historical integrity. But at this period, Nantucket's building boom, where houses are regularly demolished or removed from their sites completely, this relatively minimal changes to the mass and design and is in keeping on the property are all appreciated. So there you have that. Thank you very much.
Oh, that was it, Rob?
Yes.
Let me make sure I understand. So your board was not necessarily in favor of the building rotating 180 degrees,
Oh.
but you said in the scope of like what the other alternatives are, it's, not horrible. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I sort of sped through that, but
No, thank you. Okay.
But,
Just
yeah,
want to
I
make
mean,
sure
it's-
that's what I heard.
it's fine. And we were just wondering if there's a need for a window and door survey.
Got it. Okay. Thanks a lot, Rob.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no one else who wants to speak on this, let's go to the board.
I'll go.
Go.
I actually, in my mind, is an improvement to have the front door facing the street as opposed to the rear. Although it's been like that historically. And I do think that Ethan handled this very sensitively. Are they all new doors and windows, Ethan?
No, just the odd windows are taken out. We're keeping all the windows, the original, like the 2/2s, but getting rid of all those weird ones.
Okay, so I would just say if he clarified that, I'm okay with this. I think it's well done.
Clarify in.
The doors and windows
What's staying?
situation.
The
You
picture
mean which are
windows?
going and which are staying?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay, because right at the moment, you can do that, but it requires some effort because you'd have to look at the existing versus the proposed, they're stacked. Well, if you have the paper copy, there's one on top of the other.
right.
And you have to be careful because it'll say east on the existing, it'll say west on the proposed. It's the same, it's just turned around.
right.
You know what I mean?
I think that's a thing that could happen through staff. So that's my
Okay,
comments,
all right,
Mr.
great.
Chair.
Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
I think that it's a good proposal. I don't mind it turning. I'm glad he's getting rid of those weird windows on the existing west. And I would like the proposed front door or the on the new one. I don't know whether they can do it. I don't know whether 6 over the 2 panels would be better than having 3 and the panels going up higher, but that's,
Oh, without the fence.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mind the move of the chimney. I think that we could pass it through, I would be willing to pass it through with staff.
Okay. Same kind of rationale with the windows.
The windows, I don't mind the chimney moving.
Mhm.
I don't mind the building turning. I just would like it to get rid of this semi-weird windows and the front door.
All right. Thank you, Val, Diane, I'm sorry. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, I appreciate that you're keeping a lot of the old things like that. It was just on cinder blocks and now it's just, but you're putting the lattice back so it appears that, are you doing a basement?
So
Yeah.
I did a house on Fayette Street and it has like a concrete foundation, but what we did was simulated brick piers. We put the wood lattice in front, but
Yeah, I
behind it,
like
we
that.
painted it black. So it looks like it's sitting on brick pylons.
Good
I
idea.
appreciate that nod to the history.
Yeah.
My only concern is the front door, and I was wondering
Yeah,
what, I
can't
couldn't
remember what it looks
find
like.
the original front door. What,
It's this 9 light.
that's the, oh,
Yeah.
and what's proposed though?
The 6
Six
lights,
Oh, so-
and I'm proposing it
Diane says take away the horizontal, so it's just 3 elongated.
3.
So I was just wondering if it couldn't be a more historic, that reminds me of like a kitchen door or a side door. And
I just picked a bungalow door. It's a bungalow. looking
bungalow
house.
door.
Yeah.
Yeah, I almost got to that. But I was thinking, you know how they have those laced ones or something historic? So that it goes with the 1906, so it doesn't just look like
You mean the bracelet?
the bracelet.
Bracelet.
What is it called? Necklace?
Bracelet or necklace? I
Yeah.
always get it.
What's
Brace-
that?
Yeah, it's
They
a
have
bracelet door where you've got like the little Victorian panes around one big pane in the middle.
Or
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah, I mean,
Fabulous
but-
looking door.
but,
Yeah.
You know, a more historic.
Yeah, I
looking
could
than
definitely-
than
I agree.
Okay, I would like, then I would go with it.
I'll do that.
Diane, you good with that?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think it would, building is it's 1900, give or take a year or 2, so
Yeah.
that
Okay.
would be good.
Connie, comments?
Nothing additional. I do like the fact that the house is being rotated instead of being torn down. I think that's great. So nothing else. to add.
Okay. Thank you, Connie. All right, sounds like with a couple of,
Mr. Chair,
oh, yes, Rob, go.
it's Rob. Yeah, I forgot to mention, if I may, the fact is there's going to be a new foundation under this is, it's a tremendous save for the house. Our board thought that anytime we can do that is terrific and it's very well appreciated. It's so good for the house. So thank you to the owners.
I happen to agree with you and thank you for saying that, Rob.
Yep.
Okay, so thanks. And we can do this through staff. Does somebody want to move it?
Oh my, I can't remember what the other comments were. Go ahead, Val, you do.
I don't think there were really any.
Just
Motion
about.
to
There are a
approve through staff with the front door being
Bracelet.
a bracelet door more toward the vintage of the house, and Holly will approve it.
And we also wanted to just be more specific about which windows we're leaving.
Oh, yeah. Make it clearer which windows are staying and,
I'll tag them.
okay,
Very good on the drawings.
that's
And
my
That is
motion.
Val's motion. Okay, great. Thanks, Val.
Thank you.
All those in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. Thank you, Ethan. Okay, Val Oliver, it's to you at Canterbury. Okay.
This is a proposed new dwelling modular for the Canterbury
Thank
subdivision,
you.
which you're all familiar with. 2811 in height and black sash, natural to weather roof, natural to weather trim, black doors. I think it fits into the neighborhood. Look forward to your comments.
Okay. Val, thank you. Is this, I always forget, is this constant advisory?
It is.
You got something?
I have comments and I don't, and Rob might, I'm not too
Okay, I'll
sure.
check with him too. But let's
As
hear
would,
from you.
would you
Rob.
mind going to the site plan for me? Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a corner lot within the 1970s subdivision of Cannonberry. I know you're seeing more and more of these now in this subdivision that it was vacant for quite a while. I have kind of concerns on this, the fact that it is a corner lot. So if this dwelling was sited facing on Canterbury Lane, then the proposed driveway layout wouldn't be of, or excuse me, dwelling layout wouldn't be of concern with that pool facing the street. I know the pool is a separate application, but I do think that that's important to take a look at it this time. Recommended facing the dwelling towards Canterbury so that the building is between the dwelling and the abutters property line. If not, I believe a detailed landscaping plan should be provided. I have more comments on the siting versus the architecture itself. I had no concerns on the architecture, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. You raised some good points there. Rob, anything from you?
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick note about, and this has to do with a little bit what Holly was saying about the just visibility of the pool, because it really is the long way on Canterbury, and we would want to see some definite screening. That's it. It's a good fit for the neighborhood. So
Architecturally, yeah.
architecturally, thank you. Yep.
Okay, Rob,
That's
thank
it.
you. Great. Okay, board members. Don't be shy.
Well, I can go because, well, I agree. First of all, with the orientation, I think it should be oriented towards Canterbury with the pool behind. I wouldn't want to see the pool on Canterbury, right? Canterbury, it's not
Mhm.
Canterbury. So this has black sash,
Yeah. It's
And-
natural
and that's-
trim.
natural trim, and that already exists down there, I'm assuming, otherwise. It seems a little harsh, but I don't know, this is a prefab, it's a good looking prefab, Val. I don't understand the double trim around the dormers, is that essential?
Oh, good point.
I just don't know if that's something,
There's a little freeze board there that could be gotten rid of if you raised up the windows and just incorporated them into the freeze. Right now, you got 3 layers. You've got rake, you've got freeze, and you've got head casing all together. Anyways, Abby.
yeah, and just the side lights are sort of oddly shaped. That might be a prefab thing, but I bet those could be better proportioned to go along with the door. It'd be great to have a chimney. I don't know why they don't want one down there. It'd be so much fun, but that is all I've got. Thank you.
All right, Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Very good.
I
Thanks,
agree
Diane.
with the windows up on the double frame around them because they don't seem to be on around most of the windows. Just some on that right elevation. Most of the windows do not have it. And then those up in the second floor, so to speak, have it. I don't think it's necessary. I think that the house should have a chimney. It looks like
It does.
it has some sort of chimney over on the little one-story.
Yeah, it does.
So that is good. The on the right elevation is front elevation, right elevation is, what is that thing that maybe looks like a shower?
That's a shower. On the porch. Yeah.
Right, I perhaps I wondered if it could go somewhere else. But that, other than that, I would go along with it, changing, fixing those windows and perhaps making the chimney a foot taller. It's hardly noticeable there, but that's, and see what other people think about having the shower on that porch. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Connie, your turn.
Not much else to add, that's already been said about the windows and the orientation with the pool.
Right, orientation. with the
I'd
pool.
like to
Okay.
address that if I have a chance.
You would like to
um,
what?
Address that.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, the comments that Holly made regarding and Rob and the board members made regarding the proximity of the pool to Canterbury and the orientation of the house made me wonder, changing to have the front door of the house facing Canterbury. I can understand why your client would be reluctant to do that because it's basically going to chop the lot like in half because of the length of the lot. However, I think there might be a possibility where basically you flip the house, you do a mirror image of the house.
I don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that?
No, because.
Well,
of-
so, all right, that's my main issue is
Yeah.
the pool. It's
Mhm.
not the house at all, it's the pool.
Yeah.
Oh, except for the fact of the freeze board plus rake plus head casing.
yeah.
But I know you guys can fix that one.
What about
So-
what do you think about turning?
Well,
the
I'm not
pool?
applying for the pool. That's a separate application Mirka's coming in for with
Oh.
an extensive landscape plan, so
Okay,
it will have the caveat if you can see it.
all right.
Mm.
Well, I guess, yes, I suppose we should respect that. Okay. If nothing else remains to be said on this, could I have a motion?
Well, I would hope for revisions
I
because.
think that's probably a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because.
What?
Oh,
Well,
You just said the house is fine.
We did
It's
say
to
the
do with
house
the
is fine.
pool. The
Well-
pool is a separate application.
I think the front of the house should be on Canterbury. So,
all right, so. All right, well, you have made a motion, so let's put it to a vote. So Abby's
We
made a
really
motion.
need this approval so we can order this house.
Yeah.
Well, so could I just say a sort of sidebar about pools along the side of a road? That we never used to do that, and now we're
Right.
sort of opening it up, and I don't understand why we're going lenient on that.
I'm not gonna try, I hear you. I'm not gonna try and lead this conversation, but it may not have been like prudent to show the pool
At this time,
at this time. So I'm gonna ask of the board whether putting aside the pool, let's pretend the pool is not there, okay? Do board members have sort of a fundamental objection to the front of the house facing whatever that little side street is?
Sleet wing.
Sleetwig.
Yeah.
Do people have a fundamental objection to the house facing that road as opposed to Cannonberry, putting aside the pool? You do.
I do, and I'll tell you why, because it goes back to something Holly said about being on a corner where you have a responsibility to be on, to orient it so that the face of a building is on the long side of now it looks kind of crammed in on the short end of sleet wing. Sleet wing.
Sleet wing.
Say that 5 times fast.
It's sleet wing.
So
And
regardless of the pool. is
So
that-
I'm talking, so Val, I'm
Yeah,
talking about the orientation of the building is that I see
know
that
they're
on
not gonna go
Cannonberry.
with that.
okay.
Yeah.
Diane, go.
I think it should be carries a Cannonberry address. And so I think that it would be a good thing to have the front door address Cannonberry. And I think it'd be better to hold for revisions than mention everything that should be changed. But if this would be easier to say through staff with such and such, I would make that motion.
May I
Well,
ask
I
a
actually don't
question?
think that it's possible. Well, hang on. So Connie, I'm putting you on the spot for just a moment, but do you have any strong preferences in terms of the orientation of the front door of the house with respect to the two streets?
Taking the pool out of consideration.
Taking the pool out of consideration.
No, I like the house.
Okay, and you're okay with it facing the side street? As am I. So we kind of, I think, have a split board here.
If the house wasn't skewed to the side for the pool, it was facing this direction, but in a different proximity to Cannonberry. What's the feeling on that?
Well, different proximity to Cannonberry, not meaning that the front door is facing Cannonberry.
No, I'm talking just about sliding it over. I haven't heard us ever turning a house on a corner out there, just,
Well, I appreciate that, Val. I appreciate that notion. Right. So
You want to have the front door facing Sleet Wing.
she does. She does.
Well, yeah. It's also, I mean, the driveway's on this application. I guess it's not on this application, but it is. And so now you have a driveway right in front of the house.
Right,
So
Again, I would love to,
and the
it's one
garage
of
is,
these TMI things, like you have this very well detailed landscape plan that we're focusing in on that we're not reviewing or approving right now. But what's the suggestion with respect to if you keep it facing Sleet Wing, what would you do to it?
then the garage is in front of the house.
Well, yes, it is in front of the house.
I suggest just looking, re-looking at the whole situation.
Well, right, but I want to give Val like a really clear idea about what she's going to be
The
telling.
house is
client.
not an issue. It's the orientation.
Right. Well, it's the orientation for half of the board.
May I ask Val a question?
Of course, yeah, I'd love to get
Uh,
something.
What is the benefit to having it face Sleep Wing rather than Canterbury?
All the houses on those little cul-de-sacs face the cul-de-sac road. I wish I hadn't thought this was gonna be an issue, or I would have brought,
Well,
obviously
just tell me. I
a lot of
believe you.
pictures of the orientation of the other structures, which of course I can certainly do. It's just a time consideration, but
Oh, Val,
yeah.
I'm going to come to your rescue. We have an aerial photograph. And if you look down at Packet, we've got a house that faces Packet as opposed to Canterbury. We're looking at the side of it. And obviously, all the other houses on that road are facing Packet. So anyway, so sorry, Diane, continue.
I
No,
guess I
I-
would just say too, the pool has to come in on its own merit, and if it can't be where it is, then it can't be where it is.
Well, maybe it won't be there.
Maybe it won't be there.
If it wasn't there, I would go with Sleep Wing.
So,
I could be persuaded.
okay, it sounds like we might be able to get you an approval facing Sleet Wing without even moving the house. Is that what I'm kind of hearing?
Yeah.
Okay,
With the
Should-
changes to the freeze and the dormer out and the front door with the side lights changed.
and here's
Yes.
what. How about you get rid of the shower under the porch,
And the
which,
shower.
advise your clients that, everybody likes to take an outdoor shower where the sun shines in, not with a roof overhead. So that would be a good one to throw in.
I'm sure
So
we
does
can
somebody want to
figure
make that
something out.
motion?
That motion,
All right, so Diane has made the motion to approve this, modifying removing the freeze in the dormers, removing the outdoor shower under the porch, and what was there another? Oh,
The door,
the entry
front the
door.
door
Yeah,
with
the side lights need to be
proper side
changed.
lights.
And that's through staff.
Yes,
Okay, so that's Diane's motion. All those in favor, say aye.
I,
Aye. Any opposed?
One,
Okay, so that motion carries 3 in favor, 1 opposed.
thank you.
Thank you. And let's move on to the next page, and we're at Island Orange Group.
So
Oh,
this
I-
is Hatches.
Well,
It's
it's
been
like, I didn't know we were
purchased.
growing oranges out here, Nantucket oranges.
Yeah.
Okay,
A building we're all familiar with. I lived upstairs.
no way. That's funny.
So there's a dwelling upstairs?
there's a few apartments.
Okay, Val.
This is an addition to the rear of this structure, which is really pretty well masked by vegetation, unless you're driving in the back there. It's merely for storage, so it's no fuss. There's not a lot of windows. It's a couple of boxes knit together with a loading dock and windows up high. It's going to have, like a forklift in there and shelves all the way around.
is it on the old railroad tracks?
Oh, probably.
No, I think that's in the swamp.
Yeah, it
The
looks like,
building itself was built in 1979. I think the original was designed by Chris Holland, and then I did some additions on it a couple of times.
Mr. Chair, I have some comments.
Okay, go for it. Yeah, thanks.
So Hatch's Package Store, circa 1979, contributing towards our local and national district. The gable end roof on the rear addition poking out from behind is odd. The eaves should drop to match the main roof pitch, and understanding that this is for storage, I'm hoping that that would be something that could be done. Same for the right side, which is the north elevation, and understanding the intent for the addition and its visibility from Orange Street. Dropping the height and the roof pitches wouldn't make this functional addition, would make this functional addition blend better with the existing architecture. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Mhm. Okay, you guys ready? Oh, just for what it's worth, Val,
Yeah,
you have two drawings that are both labeled rear existing south. One is really the existing and the other one is the proposed.
oh, yeah, sorry.
I was looking at the existing going like, well, why is it bubbled?
So
Okay, go ahead. Thanks.
Val, I don't have any problem with making that lower mass, you know, sort of with the gap in between, but I agree that that loading dock, sort of little annex coming out is just sort of odd.
You're never gonna see it unless you're Cape Cod Express.
Because that's facing the swamp, right?
Yeah, it's way in the back.
Yeah.
If you
It's
look at the site plan, I think it's helpful.
Well, I'm looking at the front of Hatches and you've got that sort of L coming out off the second floor there. Just looks, you know, from the front of the building, it looks like there's a lot going on, and I don't know if you can clean that up so it looks a little simpler, but those are my thoughts.
Okay,
Thank you.
so your main concern is with the quote loading dock area.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
I think so. I don't,
gable.
the other goes towards Orange Street, faces orange,
The other side faces orange, correct?
which is labeled east.
Well, let's see.
Mm.
North. It
East.
should be.
East, okay.
Yeah, it should
Yeah.
be
So,
labeled
so
east.
I'm fine with that. Well, am I though? So, no, sorry. I was just
I
looking
agree with you. I think on the 2D, it looks funny, but I don't believe
Yeah,
that that's
on
actually
that
the
because it
view
looks a little askew or
you'll
something.
ever see.
Just wondering, now that I'm realized we're gonna see it from Orange Street, like, do those windows, couldn't they be like 6/6s double hung or something, so they're not so warehousey looking? They might look more instead of those little ganged sixes. Yeah, that's it. Very
Okay.
important building.
Okay, thank you. All right, Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I think that Abby's right. It would look better with those windows being 6/6. Because it would, what is it? West elevation there with the sort of rocket thing, it would make it come down a little bit, and as so with the rest of them. I don't think you'll see it. I don't think anybody but a truck that knows the area well, because otherwise you drive into the wetlands. And
Mhm.
I just know that when this was built in 79, they built my fish market at the same time. And I know that I must have been on the HCC, I'm not sure, but a lot of discussion went with where the building was going to go, the hatches along the railroad track, because that was the one solid thing that went through the wetlands. And on the other side between Orange Street and the building, there was an old skating pond that the kids used to skate on. It came in the wintertime. It's the only time it got full enough, but it was a very popular skating rink pond. So I don't know if any of that business is of interest. So, but there is a solid hatch that goes through that the building was placed on when the new hatches was built in 79.
May I point out something? The windows on the existing building in the back storage section are these same windows, which we were trying to keep using. Because
Good.
they're never gonna open. They're just way up high on the wall for light. I think we could make them 3/3 double hung, but I don't want to make them any bigger
Okay.
because of wall space and shelving.
Okay.
Um,
Was that it, Diane?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I think that is the proposal. I don't think you're going to see this back building at all.
Yeah, I definitely won't, but I want to ask a question about that in a minute. Connie?
Just Holly's comment about that gable facing addition looks a bit odd, but I agree, most of this
That
isn't gonna.
little appended wing thing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but most of this is not gonna be seen. That's about it. Yeah,
Okay.
just that.
Yeah, so I agree that that thing that faces the swamp is odd. I think you were calling, well, it is a loading dock.
This is
That's what
not
you
an
were calling it.
architectural wonder.
No, so it's curious because like.
And we're
the-
across from
the-
marine
Right
lumber.
there next to Hatches is heavily wooded.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the ownership on that and it says Marine something or other. Does that belong to Marine Home Center? Or is it like, you know? It is?
Yeah, well,
Well,
this isn't, but it backs up
no,
to that.
Right. So like, it's lovely that that's heavily vegetated because you're not going to see any of that east side with the vegetation the way it is. And I guess my rationale in
Oh.
sort of having that is,
Keeping that.
well, at some point that lot's going to get cleared. Everything in Nantucket will. But presumably, looking at the lot, whatever happens on that lot,
Which one are you talking about, right?
the one next to Hatches on Orange Street.
Oh, well, that's all, you can't, it's swamp,
Oh,
so.
yeah.
Oh, is it wetlands?
It's all wetlands.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so then actually, I'm seriously good. Like, then you won't see the east elevation. I'm fine with the 3/3
Look at the aerial.
arrangement. Yeah, well, right. I
Yeah.
looked at the aerial and thought, okay, at some point that's gonna get developed, but,
No,
We had to go to Concom for this.
I'm sure,
okay.
because
Oh,
they said
interesting.
that whole wiggly thing going out
Yeah.
to was illegal because it went through a wetlands.
Oh, no kidding.
right.
All right, well, so I will go with whatever motion the board would choose to make on this. Anybody?
We could approve it as submitted.
Oh, okay, that's easy. Takes the burden off of staff. All right, so the motion is to approve as submitted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on, was that part of your vote or was that your
Um,
screen?
Oh, gosh.
You
Well,
got-
it
you got-
already passed, so I can say.
Oh,
I
oh,
can
no.
abstain.
Thank
Oh,
you.
are you an abstention?
Yes.
Okay, so let me make clear that that motion was actually 3 in favor, 1 abstention
Are you keeping the red
for the
trim?
record.
Yes.
Rock.
Marvelous.
Good.
I love the red trim.
Probably would never get approved now, but.
Oh, no, not true. Okay, 253 Matticat.
Good evening, members of the board.
Stephen. Is there
Byron?
pizza there yet?
They just
Rock.
brought it.
Okay. We're gonna have to take a break in a little while. Oh, but after you, of course.
Well, thank you so much, Chairman Poole. So Tobias Glidden, representing the client here. We have a home. This is located on the on Nantucket Road, not in Nantucket, downtown, but kind of past Suicide Corner, I'd say. And it's a modular home. It's a black roof. It's set down low on the lot. My client is looking to move their mother in, so the home is kind of designed to age in place as she gets there into her later years. There's some screening on the front of the property. It is an ancillary structure, and it is on the side of the structure. So there is some visibility to the structure. You can see there is a garage currently on the site. If you look at photo B, kind of outlines it best. But pretty straightforward application, solar filling up the whole roof, and limited visibility. You'll just be seeing the edge of it versus a full frontal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tobias. You mean the building? Can you answer that, Tobias?
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Abby.
Building's not there
Whether
yet.
it's been moved?
No, the building is not there. It's not built yet. It's you recently approved it, I believe, 2 meetings ago. It's a modular structure. And it's going kind of where that garage is. If you look at photo B
Right there.
above you, you can kind of see the garage there. So that is where the new house is roughly going. More to the right.
And Mr. Chair, black roof,
You're good? Go.
just that it's a new, brand new structure and a black roof. And although it's, it's a secondary structure, which is good, and it's on the way the structure is designed, it's on a side. So I think it does check the box. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Board members.
It is visible. It's very visible.
Yeah.
I would love to see it either moved back behind the house or a ground array, just because of its visibility. It is highly visible unless there is some way to rearrange the driveway and screen it better.
I
But
can,
it's right on the main road there, and especially when you're coming from Nantucket,
You'll be looking right at it.
right?
When you say move back behind the house,
The building.
oh, okay, yeah.
I love that it's 1 story and a black roof, but it is highly visible, and that's my comments.
thank you, Val, for that. Just one last thing. We did rotate the house. So, it was originally the south side of the house would be that side. And we did work with the architect to rotate the house to kind of get this to fit in. There's some wetlands kind of in the back area. So that's kind of prohibiting us against doing a ground array. And it really does make the most sense to, use a roof in those contexts. But I definitely appreciate your view, Val. So that's it.
Okay. Thanks. Who's next?
Well, I'll go. I agree
Okay.
with Val. You're looking right at it, coming from Nantucket, going to town. I don't know on the drawing, on the site plan, where your compass rose is the building, and then it's got a wiggly line in front of the building.
Hmm.
What is that wiggly line?
If you could go to that picture, Holly,
It says PT wall.
Pressure treated wall.
if you could just slide to that one. I think the site plan is what you're, or the,
Yeah.
Yeah,
or down.
I
Here?
don't know what it is, but it,
It's
is it a squiggly line? Yeah,
it's
so
a
that,
pressure treated wall.
that's because like the lot essentially sits about 4 feet below the road. And so they're putting in a little retaining wall
Okay,
because the house sits down low.
right.
And
I
so that
didn't know
way there
whether you
wouldn't,
could put in some vegetation.
yeah, there is, these are wintertime pictures. So you can see, if you look at photo A, I think is really kind of descriptive, that you can see the shed there. But
Yep.
there is a large, tree.
Right there.
If you'd like them to add in another tree in the front, I think they're more than happy to, but you can see there how it is sloped down. Thank you, Esmeralda, for showing that picture.
Okay,
If you-
Diane,
If you zoom in
continue.
there. Esmeralda, that was great. I think that really shows it. Zoom in on A. Oops.
I think I would like to see some drawing of some vegetation, because on photo B, the driveway going in is sort of where the building is going to be. And it's going to be as visible as if it were facing the other way. I don't know. I like to use solar, but I think this is the main road of Nantucket. I'd like to see some other thought before I said yes.
Okay. That sounds good. Who's next?
Mayor Connie,
Either one.
Connie, you ready?
I really don't have much else to add, just that it is visible. So that's concerning. Maybe an added vegetation. I'm not sure if that'll help.
Okay, thank you, Connie.
So I agree with Connie. I think the key to this is maybe additional screening at the entrance of the driveway. And is there any way, I mean, I know this sounds really silly, but is there, if, how you don't see, if it's at an obscure angle, it's not gonna be
Right.
like dead in your face. If it was slightly tilted so that away from the Nantucket, like just a simple degree, it might just,
Yeah, I can go back and reach out to the client, happy to do that.
otherwise
I
it's
want to
a,
play off of that.
Okay.
Because I would actually recommend that for maybe different reasons, and I don't want to like, your business, I don't. But my daughters have solar and it's on the east side.
Mhm.
So they lost a little bit,
Mhm.
it being on the east side over the west side, but the east side put it away from the road.
Yeah, it's the exact same context here, right?
But again, I don't want to speak for the board, but I think what the members are reacting to is the fact that you got the drive coming in on the west side of this building. So there's this big opening, right? You're looking right in and you're going to see the west side of this roof. You're not going to see the east side of the roof because there's vegetation there. You've got another property there. And if you canted the building a little bit in the way Abby's suggesting, if it stayed on the west side, it would be less visible, right? But if it went on the east side, then you're facing more southeast, which means you're going to be getting more exposure on the east side.
Yeah, happy to
So,
take.
I'm just thinking.
Yeah, I'm happy to take this feedback back to my client and see what we can work with.
Okay.
So,
Good.
All right.
but I do hope you can appreciate the fact that my client has already changed, his layout a little bit to be more accommodating, and it is the project in general is meeting your guidelines. It's on an ancillary structure. It's on the side of the roof, black roof, but happy to.
Should have said
But-
that to begin with, single story structure.
He did.
Not on the
I
front.
did.
No, me.
Oh,
I should have,
That's okay.
like said, that, yes, that's the good
I'll
stuff.
come back again, Ray. You'll have another
Okay,
chance.
all right. Okay, so let's move this for some revisions.
Hold for revision.
Thank you, Diane. All
And
those in
may-
favor?
I
Aye.
Hi.
Were you-
I was just gonna say, maybe if they reconfigured the driveway, it would solve the whole problem.
Yeah,
That's another possibility.
I think these are working year-round
Yeah.
people. They're not looking to spend a bunch of money reconfiguring driveways.
It's
I
just
hope,
that it's wide open.
no, I just
Yeah.
hope the board can be sympathetic to that fact.
We
These
are.
are year-round people trying to house someone. Thank you so much.
All right.
Did
Thank
we
you.
say a motion?
We
to
did.
offer?
We,
Okay.
we, that got approved.
Is it pizza
I
time?
mean, yeah. I'd like to keep it going out of deference to the people that are waiting, but
Okay.
do people have any objections to eating
I
while
don't-
we work? Is that okay?
I
No, I'm
don't.
fine.
So listen, everybody, we're just gonna go grab some pizza and we're gonna be right back. Okay. I want to get there first. So I get to
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Abby's gonna chase you down.
the problem, the problem is it's not that good when it's cold.
It's, yeah.
Freezing down there.
Yeah. I'm so. Diane, do you want a piece?
Oh, just a plain one. If you're going up there, Connie, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Yeah.
Determined. There is no.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Wow.
Did you put her into some classes or she's learned from? And she started. Yeah. And I remember I went across the park.
Diane, want a napkin?
I think there's one underneath
Okay.
there.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I brought mine. Sure. Oh. 'cause- Jeez.
I got some food from place was on sale. It's called 518-518
Oh, yeah.
on the internet.
I've heard of that. What does it sell? What kind of stuff?
Good stuff. They had meatloaf, but it's all organic.
I know
meat.
you're into that health stuff.
Yeah. Cauliflower mac and cheese.
How's that?
It was very good with a sauce on top. It
How does it come to you?
it comes fresh but packaged like that.
Oh,
So you can put it in. I have a little
like in a cooler?
a hotter rather than a cooler.
Okay, a hotter.
It's a little bag about this big. Hot plate. You put it in, zip the cover and put it there. And if you're going somewhere and you want to have lunch, you just leave it in there.
And it stays hot.
And
Wow.
if you want something more, you can put it in and it will cook. It will heat the stuff up and froze. It's very good. Good food. I can't. Eat this. I can't eat it. It's,
Good.
I can't swallow it.
You want me to get rid of it?
Hey Val,
Yeah.
What?
have the pizza, but just don't eat any of the dough. Just have the stuff on
I
top.
brought apples and peanut butter.
It's better than pizza.
How are we doing?
We're doing pretty well. I think.
I certainly spent a great deal of time today looking at everything.
I did too. But my two cats, one sleep on top of the hot eating pad, which I keep on for them at night.
Now we're unmuted.
Okay. Okay, folks, we're back from our commercial break. It's Matt McEachern's turn at bat at Sheep Pond. Hi, Matt. Okay, we're to Sheep Pond. New garage.
I can start whenever you're ready, Mr. Chair.
I'm ready. Go for it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
Okay.
am I still? No, I'm on.
There. Okay, so this is a garage. The board's already reviewed and approved the main dwelling. So this is a garage. You can see where it's located on the site plan. This is Sheep Pond Road. So it's out in Matacasham.
Very familiar.
And the garage itself is fairly straightforward. All the exterior details match the main dwelling. That's a great shot there. It is in close proximity to the main dwelling. One of the reasons for that is that we're trying to push the house and the structures, if you will, as far away from the coastal bank as possible, because there is some level of erosion out there. So we could go back to the site plan real quick, you can kind of see where this.
Matacasham, it's Matacasham.
Yeah, I guess. Sorry. Yeah. Matacasham. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I was like,
Yeah.
okay. This is right
I've kinda
next to the
I've
public
actually
beach
come at
there.
it from a,
You know, there's a public beach access right there.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Sorry.
Yep.
I've kind of approached. from
No, that's okay.
Matacasham. Anyway, you can see where the garage is located. The front setback, the corner of the building is right up on that front setback. So the structure is close to the main dwelling, and it is connected with a really shallow, small roof / breezeway. We don't have to have that. It can be detached, but we just thought that it made a lot of sense because it's an entry point and it's covered. As far as the exterior detailing, it matches all the main dwelling details. Story and a half, try to keep it as low as possible. I think the height is, my eyes aren't that great, but it's somewhere in the range of 22 and change. It should be on the elevation there. 21. Thank you.
Ta-da.
So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Should we start right in with the board? There we go.
I have absolutely no concern about the structure. It's the location. Could you put it, Matt, on the other side of the driveway in front of the appendage that's there as opposed to the main body of the house? You don't have to answer that yet. That's just a question I have. And in terms of connecting them, I think that just makes everything look bigger. Although in between where you have it now, you probably wouldn't even notice it, but it really is just the location. The building's cute.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Val, it is something we could consider.
It is what?
It is something we could consider potentially moving it.
Oh,
I mean, it's conveniently located where it is in terms of access, but if it was the pleasure of the board, I could look at moving it.
all right. Val, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go to like,
All right, Diane, I would like that.
also don't have a problem with the building, but the garage is right in front of a good part of the building, and it's not terribly on the, what is it, on 1, 2, 3. On the same thing with the pool. You gotta be kidding. That elevation is sort of bleak as compared to the rest of them. I would like to see if the garage could be moved to the other side or down further from the guest house. And move the driveway from right in front of the house to where the garage is now and have it go both ways to the guest house and to the main house and to the garage. Take it out of the view of the building as you come along and go down to the beach. That would just be my suggestion.
Okay. All right, Diane, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Yeah.
So my favorite part is that right-hand side. It's so simple and it is
Of the house or of the garage?
of the house.
Yeah.
It's so simple and it's, it's very much a coastal simplicity. Almost like an old life-saving station or something. Not the one at Surfside, but another one. But yeah, I kind of agree with Val. It makes it look a little chunky on the left. And if it were on the right, maybe, but don't obscure, the beauty we've already made here, but maybe it is at a I don't know, what is that angle? So it's not dead on like the rest of it, but it's sort of a little bit on that far right side. I think you've got enough room to put it there.
Yeah.
Sort of squeezing in on that far.
On the opposite
corner.
side?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, there's
So-
definitely room there.
And maybe, what is that? Anyway, I can't think of it in a moment. Anyway, but if you were to leave it as it is, I think maybe take the dormers off that Sheep Pond roadside and keep it really simple. I think that would be really nice.
Mr. Chair, if I could, through you, just the relevant point to both Val and Abby's comments about the idea of moving it, the garage, we certainly could move it to the other side, at the right side if you're facing the house. The only thing I would say is that the garage does obscure the second floor area of the main house, if you will. So if we moved the garage, it would expose what is a 1.5-story structure. Because we intentionally took the right side of the house and tried to make it as low as possible, clearly with that 1-story addition. Just keep that in mind, that if we did move it, you would end up seeing more of the 2-story element of the house. And so that garage does facilitate it. The plate heights are lower. And so it does help kind of hide that a little bit. And we could certainly remove
I
the
think we get
dormer.
that.
Is he already okay?
Thanks.
The main dwelling?
Yeah. Thanks, Matt. Connie, to you.
Originally, I was going to say I was in favor of moving it till your comments. I don't really have any opposition. Maybe what Abby said about the dormers.
We
If
could
we
remove the
left it
dormers.
where it was, might be nice,
We could remove those.
The ones on the roadside.
Yes.
right?
Okay. Connie, thank you. It's intriguing, the idea of moving it to the other side, because in moving it to the other side, if everything else remained equal, it's getting further away from the road. It's getting further away from the road because that's the shape of the lot.
Mhm.
The road's further away on the western side than it is on the eastern side. So that's good, but that's kind of counterbalanced by your point about it currently obscuring the 2 stories, which is kind of nice. And your offer to remove the dormers on the north side, the road side, I think is good, because then it will simplify the building. So I was really loving the idea of moving it to the other side, but I'm kind of loving it a little bit less now. Yeah.
We did approve this building without this garage in front of it.
Yeah.
What meaning? What? Oh, you mean, so you're saying like
Oh, it's
the fact that
already
we
there.
would be seeing it anyway if there was no garage.
We did present it.
That's funny, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 13%.
I think we could move it, as you suggested. I just want to see what the elevation would look like without the garage in front of it.
Is that it right there? Is that what I'm looking at? Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with
And
that.
is the guest cottage, is that coming out next? Well, yeah, okay,
story.
right, but it's kind of in a long line.
Is that next? Oh, add breezeway. Okay, so there it is, folks. What do we think?
Oh, okay.
What do we want to do with it?
I could motion to approve it if he shifts it to the north there of the existing driveway.
Oh, so flip it to the other side.
Yeah.
I could go with that too.
Is everyone going to be okay with that elevation?
What?
Is the board going to be okay with that elevation
Well,
without
I'm
the garage?
assuming that you would make what you have now as the north. You'd flip it so that in fact is still the north.
Yes, I'm just
Yeah.
saying by removing the garage, it reveals the massing
Yeah.
directly adjacent to it, which I don't think the house is successful, but like I said, we
We
can move
already
it.
approved it, Matt. You're shooting yourself in the foot.
Well, we approved, when we presented it, we did show the garage in this location. So we'd always planned to come in for the garage. And we presented it initially with the garage, with the understanding that it's a separate structure and so it has to get its own approval.
Okay, Abby.
Just one more thing to add, that if we're going for that guest house that goes further left, it's going to be like a bank of buildings if we don't have this to obscure the eye. I was just thinking about that.
Well, who says that should get approved right there?
The guest house.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
It's got a lot of land to put stuff on.
Too many options.
Yeah, and I actually think that there's a lot of, there's merit to doing it different ways. Pros and cons.
Yep.
Okay, so the way I just heard it, Val, is that you would approve it going to the other side, everything else remaining equal, is that right? Because I was liking the idea of getting rid of the dormer on the north side.
Yeah.
Well,
Can still do that.
if I did move it, I'd love to be able to keep the dormer.
I knew you would.
No, he promised.
That was assuming
Well,
it
he
was going
did-
to stay
he
where it
did say
was.
If it stays where it is, he would get rid of the dormer.
Well, the
You did
reason
say
I didn't
that.
want the dormer was because it simplified it, but if it's way over there,
You mean on the north side?
is that the north?
Is this where let's make a deal?
I
Well, I know.
know,
but
I
the
know.
problem
Because,
is- The problem is, we're sort of like, well, does it stay where it is or does it go to the other side? And I think that there's a little bit of difference of opinion on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I mean, if I could summarize, I think that you could either stay where we were proposing it, excuse me, and lose the dormer,
Yeah.
which I personally think is more successful architecturally because it obscures that second floor area. Or if we moved it to the north, I would say we'd move it into freestanding structure and I've got more room to play with, in which case I think having the dormers doesn't detract
Okay.
from the overall composition.
Okay.
Well, what about moving it where you have the guest house now so that it would still block the pool?
Because then it prevents him from requesting a guest house there.
I mean, we'll be back for that guest house and it's really a one-story structure. It's more of a cabana. And I've already heard a little bit of feedback about aversion to the linear nature of it.
I think, Matt, for me, what it is even though these buildings are not connected, they read as one big structure on this wide open plain. So to move things around, in my opinion, makes it more palatable, but we have a bunch of people here, so see what happens.
So yeah, having heard that, I'm happy to move it to the north. If I could keep the dormers, that would be great.
Well, that was where that motion was going. That was Val was starting to craft a motion, I believe, that said move it to the north side of the drive. It would be flipped. Yeah,
Yep.
everything would flip.
We could do that. Yep.
And is that your motion?
I would make that motion.
Okay, so she just did. Let's try it out. All those in favor of Val's motion to flip it to the north side of the current driveway, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So it looks like you got that one, Matt.
Thank you.
All right,
Mr. Chair,
so how about the breezeway?
could I actually ask to hold that application? Because I think with the moving of the garage, I think I'm gonna have to make some fenestration changes to the now exposed gable elevation.
If you're looking to hold
The
something.
one that's been approved already as it is?
You just.
Yes,
All right, so we're holding the other one, okay? Yeah, for the breezeway, because he's got to figure out the consequences of what we just ruled on.
thank you.
Okay, so the next couple are mine and Abby, can you share?
Yeah, yeah.
So. Um,
36B. Oh, I can't chair because I've got to go to the,
oh, right,
it's going to be Diane.
that's right. Okay, so Diane, you would be chairing.
Okay.
Sorry, you get it. Yeah.
So we only have 3 people.
No, but so here's the story, okay? And before you guys open anything up, we have 3 or maybe even 4 applications. One has to do with the main house that was approved and needs to be made smaller because the Concom restrictions have gotten more restrictive. So there's the house getting smaller. We try to stay with the same program, just making the whole thing smaller. That's one application. But then I think that the hot button application has to do with this building right here, which is an existing building. We call it the Smithy. It's the gambrel. Right now it's sitting up on cribbing because there was this lawsuit that was going on. They were going to pop it on a new foundation. Everything stopped. And so that building has been sitting up on cribbing. And my owners want to see if you would entertain the idea of a demo with a rebuild in like kind. However, Sarah just reminded me, it's been so many years with this whole thing. Sarah reminded me that there were 2 buildings on this site at one time. One was like a horse barn. And we got approval to demolish that with the understanding that we would keep this one. So I'm reluctant to move forward with a review of the house renovation stuff, revisions, if that's going to be contentious, because I would need to limit myself to 3 people. That's it. That's it. This would be the board. So if that's going to be highly contentious, I would rather stay away from that. The Smithy, at this point, I'm ready to throw in the towel, particularly what Sarah just told me with respect to the agreement that we made years ago with regard to the 2 outbuildings there. So.
Do you want to go on with only 3 people?
Okay, I think the answer is yes. Can we start with the house? Can we start with the house? Because the Smithy, I actually think is going to be
Massing revisions.
main
Demo
house
existing
massing
studio.
revisions.
Construct studio, I got that.
So, as I said earlier, the house was approved at a certain size, and frankly, I can't read any of that stuff right now, but it was approved larger. And then as the years went by and there was the litigation and so forth, the footprint became more restrictive. And so we needed to make the building smaller, and this is a result of that.
Okay. So we have the drawings up. I have come up to the schoolhouse up here.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Feature.
Not yet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is an infill dwelling within the old historic district of the Lily Pond neighborhood. And this is a revision to a new main dwelling. Appreciate the slimming down of the cross gable. as viewed from Lily Street on the south. In this version, the ridge is higher than the peak of the front facing gambrel. Also, it was more successful without the shed dormers on either side of the gambrel. On the west, the second story deck was less intrusive as a hip and a one single door flanked by two windows. It should be a 12 light with a kick panel in the old historic district, excuse me. Concerns with that second floor deck railing facing Lily Pond, which is a public park. And although previously approved, the exterior chimney is inappropriate in the OHD. Those are my comments, Madam Chair, and I believe Mickey is here as well.
Good, Mickey?
Yes, hi. First of all, are all of your mics turned on? It's hard to hear some of you. So,
Okay.
thank you. With our comments, on the west elevation, which faces the Lily Pond property, the three French doors on the second floor should go back to the original approval of one French door with the kick panel flanked by windows, preferably with shingles between them. On the same elevation, the front, I guess it's the door on that west elevation, the transom over the door has very horizontal oriented panes. They should be more vertically aligned. And there's a long span on that porch with just posts at either end. It seems like structurally it should have more support with a post in the middle. And the exterior fireplace, the chimney is now floating off of the side of the building and it just feels awkwardly tacked on. And that's it. Thank you.
That's it. Huh? Anybody else on Zoom that would like to speak? No? Okay, so let me start with you, Valerie. Did
I guess neighbors.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Please go on.
Sarah McLean. So I appreciate what they've tried to do. I understand that the new wetlands determination required them to shrink the footprint of the house, not by a lot, which was great. But I think in doing so, they kind of went up and out much further than what was previously approved. And I would agree with both the previous comments in that the height of the ridge is now much higher. You see it. The shed dormers are inappropriate, I think, for this location. And then the massing overall, there's no other house that's a gambrel like this, other than a barn. And so it just kind of looks out of place in general, but because it's a gambrel, it reads much heavier. So that's my own comments.
Okay. Thank you.
My feeling about the proposed is that the scale is off. And I really want to say, go down to the site and take a look at what's going on there because first of all, there's a huge construction on the street, so be careful because the Lily Street is all dug up. But it's a very tight driveway going down. There's no place to turn around. I don't know how they're going to do construction, but the scale of this building, this is a rural setting. It's in the pond. Land Bank owns what's to the west of it. And they plan on making it as rural as possible. And so they would, I hate to say it, but I'm afraid they're going to vegetate the view of the Lily Pond out from this west side. I'm just talking about setting but I really think a trip down there, take a look at what this is going to look like on the site, because when you get to the site, it's so tiny. I wonder about ground cover. So that's just setting the tone of this. But I think in general, this is a very grand scale, 28 feet high, it doesn't seem appropriate for the lily pond. And I just think that should be rethought. So just in general, the scale. And, you know, also, it's a little bit of cart before the horse, because I don't, once we, that thing that they call the smithy, you know, I think, I don't know what the historic date of that is. So, I mean, going forward with the whole plan, I just want to make sure we're not getting rid of an historic structure. So that's a sort of a question mark. But as for this proposed main dwelling, I think it's a bit out of scale. Thank you.
All right. Is anybody else would like to speak this here? We got anybody up here?
Nobody's putting their hand up.
Anybody else in the audience who would like to speak? All right. Well, we'll give it a Val. How about you?
I can appreciate everybody's comments. I see the west side as what I would consider the front. So, in looking at it that way, I think the south was presented as the front, and that's why it seems like the massing should be different, but when you drive down, you're gonna see the west elevation. Yeah. So I do think that the scale is appropriate on that in terms of the two masses together. I think with regard to the chimney, you could perhaps just take that roof line down farther and maybe do a little porch roof or something to integrate it better, if that's a concern, and maybe break the shed dormers up. I agree with the comments about the horizontal panes, on the front door. And in having looked at this stuff today, I see the smithy is a little gambrel, so I do think that it ties together. That's my concerns, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
and the smithy is supposed to stay, right, Ray?
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Connie,
Nothing really further to add. I do agree with that fireplace. I actually liked the previously approved north elevation. I think it just ties in better, but if you do bring the roof line down, I think that will make it look a little better. You know, again, the front door with the horizontal panes. Yeah, that really, everything's been really said.
Oh, and I would go along with the changing of the 3 doors to 1 door.
Right.
And 2 windows, and then the kick panel thing on all of them.
well, I'll start with what I think. I'll just make it very simple because they should do it. I think the chimney takes over the whole view there. I think it should be corbelled down lower near the fire pit area. And I would like it, I don't know whether it can move inside or how you could bring it. It doesn't strike me as part of a house that was tucked down in the lily pond area. I think that the east elevation is proposed. I would like to see the windows, the triple set of windows separated and 2, they're not 3. And that is on the east elevation. And I would do the same thing on the west elevation. The house is sort of over fenestrated to me. Those doors is down to 1 with a kick panel. And the those shed dormers on the proposed north elevation don't really seem to fit in with that, whether they should be done away with or made a little wider. To the doors below them are wide as compared to a single door. So this is just suggestions, and that was previously approved. So that's what I think I would say on the thing. I think that it's a very tricky location, being that it's the lily pond, and then it goes through that, which is this house, and then it goes up. And some of our oldest houses are right at the top of Gull Lane and the rest of it. So it's a hard location. So can I get a?
Can I make another comment?
Yep.
I would just point out that the house directly in front of this on Lily Street,
Yeah.
Gracie's Mansion
Gracie's
is a
Mansion,
gambrel.
Yeah.
So it, to me, is in context as a gambrel.
Yeah.
And we actually took our cue from that Smithy building for the gambrel.
From
The
Gracie.
Smithy, the little one,
Yeah.
the little building that's on.
No,
site
I
now.
didn't have any problem with the big gambrel. I just like to
That
feel
was a comment that it was not in character with the neighborhood.
Oh. All right. So can we have a motion? How would you like to?
Motion to hold for some revisions.
All right. How is, we're all Ray, yes, to
Aye.
that, hold for revisions? Connie,
Yes.
me, Val,
Yes.
all right. So the next one, what do you want to take on?
Thanks. So listen, given what Sarah just reminded me of, that was the condition of the removal of that stable that used to be on the property years ago. I'd like to just withdraw those. What's the application officially? It's a demo and it's a like-kind replacement, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
let's just
But
withdraw.
HSAG says no concerns, assuming the framing is new construction. And B, no concerns with the
Okay.
rebuild.
That's
With all
really
due
funny.
respect, I don't agree with that.
They may not have known what.
That it was actually, there was
Do you
Oh,
wanna
but
just
it is
hold-
all new framing. Yeah, let's hold that. Let's hold that.
Which one are we holding?
Hold
both
both
of
of them.
them.
We're holding both, the demo and the new studios. Okay. Can I have a motion to hold, please?
Motion to hold 7 and 8.
All right, thank you.
Okay. thanks.
Wait, you have another one.
Oh,
41.
that's right. Yeah, yeah, this one's on. Is this
Guest
Holbert
house.
Avenue?
41,
I think this is
Holbert
just the
Avenue.
addition. Thanks, Sarah. Okay, I think this is some simple window revisions. Okay, and it's on the side of the building. So I'm going to let the drawings speak for themselves and Holly speak for me. And Mickey.
Yeah.
Who's the chair?
Abby
I
is-
think it'd be Abby.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yes.
Madam Chair. The structure on 41, there's two. I apologize, there's a confusion on my end because I think you got two applications in different locations in review. So this one is the circa 1983 on the lot. Actually has an HTC survey on file. You did all approve some revisions recently. And this proposal is to change the fenestration to 6/1, and I have no concerns with that.
Thank you, Holly. Is Mickey, do you have something?
Yeah, we have no concerns also. We're fine with it. Thanks.
Oh, great.
Motion to approve
Oh.
is submitted.
That makes it easy.
Aye.
Aye.
All in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, and lots of
Aye.
ayes. Okay.
All right.
Good job. Good job, Ray.
Well, that one you can thank Lisa for. All right, so let's see. Sarah Powers at 27 Toshima. She's on Zoom, okay. Sarah?
Hi.
Hi. Okay. Let's see, you're looking for a new gable and porch, new windows. So let's take a look. And if you want, you can just start into explaining the project to us.
Okay, so it's at 27 Toshima Lane. It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house.
Okay.
I had, sorry. I had the building department approved taking over it's a 2-car garage, the right side of the garage to create a dining room and a mudroom. And there was not enough room to have a door into the mudroom. So I'm proposing that we create a new gable. We build it, it's 2 feet out from the house, and then enclose the porch where right now it's a front door, so that the front door is now just on the side. So now I can have a door. I have a little entryway and a mudroom.
Okay.
I'll go.
Can I just get a clarification on one thing?
Yeah.
It looks like, are you recladding the front of the building in clapboard or something?
Right. I think it will stay in shingles.
It's shingles?
Try to do that. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's drawn like that. But
it's kind of drawn like clapboard, but I was just curious to, okay, but so it's shingle.
Yes.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Sarah. Val, go ahead.
I think the biggest concern I had was taking away the front door, but I mean, there are buildings that do have side entry. So with that in mind, I think it's okay, given the context of the area, but the front door that they're proposing is not. It's a
yeah,
8-light glass door, which is not a front door.
I don't want that door. That's
Okay.
it.
Okay, good.
I want one with 4 lights in it.
4 lights.
Yes.
So like a kitchen door, so you don't have a front door?
No, that would be a front door. What do you mean a kitchen door?
I don't understand the 4 lights. You mean like 4 little lights across the top and then solid below?
Yeah, bungalow.
Okay, sorry. Listen, we have our own little vocabulary here. So the 4 lights that you're talking about, I think might be the top half of the door.
Yes.
Has 4 panes, right? The top half of the door. What Val is describing, see, usually those kind of doors are associated with mud rooms and back entrances. And what she's suggesting is something that would just have glass across the top that would look more like a
No,
front
yeah.
door.
I think you know what I mean. Like half of it is the glass.
Yeah, that's not a front door though.
a full half of the door, the
Yeah.
top half. See, we're looking for less glass is what we're looking.
Okay, just tell me what you want and.
Okay, all right. See, what Val is suggesting is there's a door that's made that has 4 panels underneath, and then it has a row of 4 pieces of glass at the top,
Okay,
right?
Yeah.
I don't want to put words in your
No,
mouth.
I thought that's what she was talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny you say four panes and you don't know what
Right.
they are. Anyway, continue, Val.
I think I would just say something that's more appropriate as a front door and the staff could approve it.
That sounds good. Okay, thank you. Diane?
I think that's an excellent suggestion.
All right. Val always has them. Abby?
Yeah, I was wondering if that window that's between, it's labeled, it's a 6/6 labeled in A, it's just to the left of the triple gang.
Yeah.
That couldn't be like a covered porch with a front door. It would be so great to have like a front door instead of around the corner. But there's no plan, so I don't know what that's going into.
there's the plan.
Keep going down further.
That's actually
Goes
where
in-
the door is. It's
So
just not on the,
it goes into a formal entry? Is that what-
yeah, it's an entry hall.
Right, so I guess what I'm saying is that the door is actually on the front of the house instead of a window there.
Right.
And
Yes, and then
that way
it-
you get a front door.
Right, but then it becomes kind of like a maze into the house. 'cause
Well,
you
and
come-
also you don't have the porch roof over your head when you're going in the front door. You don't have a roof over your head. But anyway, so continue, Abby.
That was my only concern.
Okay.
I think it's it looks better than it used to.
That is certainly the truth. Okay. Let's see. Connie,
And no concerns with the change in the door.
okay, so it sounds like we have liftoff. If you do a front door, which should be sort of, if you want glass in it, it would be 4 panes up at the top, all in a row. And then there would be 4 wooden panels underneath. And that's something that staff, if you have any questions about what the design of that door looks like, staff would be happy to show you.
I'm not necessarily married to the 4 pane. They could do 2 and 4 panels. I'll let the staff determine.
Yeah,
if it's-
anything that looks like a quote unquote front door.
Yeah.
That's all.
Or with no glass at all.
No, it's gonna have glass, just less.
Well, you want the glass, right?
Yes, I would like some glass on it.
Yeah, right. So sometimes we do what's called a cottage style door, which has how many panes? Six panes up at the top. If you look in a Brosco catalog, you can see it. It's a cottage style door. The staff will be able to show you the door and anything that sort of like says front door. That's what we're after. So was that the?
I'll make a motion to approve with the door getting okayed by staff and just to make note that the clapboard is not clapboard, it's shingle.
Yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that is Val's motion. On Val's motion, everyone in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank
Thank you for helping us out. All right, 69 Monomoy. Is James on?
Good evening.
Hi there.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Thank you. Let's see.
Would you like me to jump
Demo
into the-
demo of existing dwelling. All right.
Correct. So this is 2 applications. It's a demo move off potential for a new dwelling.
Yeah.
This is at 69 Monomoy, which is the dead end of Monomoy, before it branches out into, I don't want to say a cul-de-sac, but a branch of a couple different driveway easements. You can see it there on the end of the lot. So this is an undersized lot for the neighborhood. It's about half the size of zoning allowable.
Hey,
So
hey,
yes.
James, just tell us about the house that you want to demo.
Sorry. It's a 1970s structure. It's set over the present setback existing. We don't find anything to be necessarily contributing. We're trying to clean up the landscape around it.
Okay.
Obviously, you're looking
All
at
right,
it.
that's
it.
good.
Sorry.
Now we can pass it along to Holly and see what she thinks about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's his interpretation.
Okay, here we go.
I believe so. Yes. And Mendelson. So thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, that there is an HTC survey on file, which should be with the application. It's a circa 1970 contributing structure within the Monomoy Heights subdivision, which is a subdivision that was started in the 1850s and goes all the way through the present time. There actually is a page within the Nantucket Enclave book on the history of Monomoy, which was done within the last, I think, 10, 15 years. Pretty cool. This was the Fletchers. So the Fletchers bought this property in 1969, promptly built the house, but it was not until 1977 that they became one of the early Monomoy year-rounders. So a year-rounders property. Anyway, at the end of the day, it should be removed and not demolished. Also, drawings of the building should be provided for posterity. It is a contributing structure and towards the National Historic Landmark and local district. And even if it's moved, it would be eligible still for historic tax credits. So if anybody's looking down that avenue, I would highly recommend this being moved, not demolished. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Holly. Do you think Mickey has anything on this? Probably not, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, didn't think so. Thanks, Mickey. Okay, board members.
I can go.
Yeah.
So there's certain things about this that I would like to see, and other than that, see sort of be kept for the newly designed house, and that is the scale, and that is this front sun porch. I mean, it's in its own way. It's an old-fashioned summer house. Some might think it doesn't have merit, but I'd like to see those features tie over into the next design. So its scale, meaning its height and the front porch and so forth. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. Who's next? Thank you. Go ahead.
I also would like to see it moved rather than demoed, or at least pieces of it saved, people can scavenge through it. This was one of my old classmates' house when we were growing up. Richard Ramus. Dad was a plumber. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
I echo Val. I'd like to see it moved rather than demoed
Okay,
or scavenged.
all right. Diane?
Yeah, it's, did they say why they wanted it taken down? They got
Well, there's an application for a new house, which
Okay.
we're going to be reviewing right
on
after.
that. Well, I too would like to see it moved rather than demoed. So otherwise, it looks like it's not too hard. It's up on a hill a little bit, but not too hard to get out of there. So I
Would not be hard. to
go
move.
along with it.
Oh. Okay. So James, it looks like you're going to be getting an approval for a move as opposed to a demo.
Noted. I mean, we're happy to list it and bring it to the public's notice.
Okay.
Just to follow up, can I ask a question for clarification from Holly? Does any additional documentation besides the survey need to be provided prior to that? Or is that subject to the potential move approval?
That's subject to the commission.
Well, I think what Holly was recommending was that you do drawings of the
Yes.
building, like elevations.
Understood. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
Just
As opposed to a surveyed plan, which we already have.
noted.
Okay. All right. Does somebody want to make a motion on this?
Motion to approve as a move off, hopefully scavenge / demo
Oh, okay. So,
with drawings for the file
okay.
of the existing.
I want to make clear that Val's motion did include the word demo.
Oh, we don't want to demo it at all?
Well,
I think she's referring, Val, not to put words in your mouth, you're talking about just salvage and demo what you can internally, not take it down. Is that right? Or
If nothing else.
Mm.
Sorry, go ahead.
sorry.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just maybe offer, do just a move off with the drawings. And then after he having to advertise as he's required to under the bylaw.
I think that's it.
If at that point he doesn't have any takers, then he could come back with a proposed demo, and that's something staff could put on consent if you put that in your motion.
Okay.
Noted.
So does that help, Val?
Yeah,
If you
we just have never done that before for a 1970s house, but I will make that my motion.
Okay. The motion is to approve a move off at the moment. We want to have drawings of the existing conditions, including elevations, submitted to the staff. And if I understood Holly correctly, if there are no takers for the building, that the board would then default to a demolition. Okay, that's Val's motion. All those in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, very good. All right, so now let's look at the new house, which I'm sure is exactly the same size as the existing house.
Pretty close.
Well, you have a ground coverage issue, do you
got
not?
it.
Yeah.
That's correct. So that's kind of what I was getting into previously. So as you can see here, this is an undersized lot for the zone. The previous structure, I believe, was somewhere around 13 to 1400 square feet on the ground. We're proposing 1700, which is a little bit larger. The one thing I will note is presently the existing structure and that built-in sun porch is over present day setbacks. So what we're proposing is we are proposing a front-facing porch, not presently enclosed at this time, but we are moving the structure back while maintaining similar location because we cannot put it back over the setback, obviously. So what we're proposing right now is a two-story with a cross gable forward, similar to a lot of other structures in the region, or moving down Monomoy. The present elevation is about 27 and change off the finished first floor with a cross gable stepping down both directions. The windows are 2/2. Everything is painted Quaker gray on gray, with natural sidewall, etc. Chimney is noted as lime washed brick, so it won't be necessarily red. And everything else is natural to weather as per typical. Generally speaking, we are trying to keep in kind with a lot of what are the other recently done and just second row houses are in this region. Almost everything on the second row of Monomoy maintains widowed blocks, front-facing porches, like we said, to try to catch water views where we can. And we're maintaining plus or minus the existing grade. The previous work that was done with the driveway and kind of the hand-done CMU block walls, we're obviously removing or proposing to remove and leveling out the driveway so there's not necessarily a valley moving into the lot. Previously, there was a very, very short garage under the structure, which we are bringing the driveway back up to a more reasonable grade, but the house itself is on the present grade. As you can see, you're looking at the street side elevation. on the north there. And we look forward to your comments.
Okay, thank you. Holly, do you have anything on this?
I do, Mr.
You
Chair.
do, okay, good.
So the new dwelling is sited fairly close to the existing dwelling site, except obviously larger. It would be very helpful for the commission to be provide photos, which I believe we received this afternoon, of the context. Is that what we received?
Yeah, we had some originally,
Yeah.
but we added some more
Awesome.
as well.
Thank-
That's what you're
thank
looking
you.
at right now. Thanks.
This side of Monomoy has had some new structures. So obviously it would be helpful to see what's exactly there. The 2/2, I believe, are appropriate. However, it would be nice to have that discerned. Overall, it's a nice, appropriate design with a roof walk proposed on a 2-story structure versus a 1.5 stories or less. And I had a concern, just a question on this, the dimensions of the roof walk, as it wasn't clear in the plan. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, board members.
Just a
Okay,
couple,
Abby, thank you.
Yeah, so, let's start with the roof walk. We seem to be saying that a post on the roof walk right at the top of the gable is sort of a no-no, that we would prefer to see that in thirds, so that there wouldn't be a post right at the peak there. There's nothing wrong with this architecture. I mean, it's almost, I want to say that I think the last one almost had some character. I think a lot of the buildings in this area do have a sort of a sense of some sort of character, and I'd like to see something of that in this building, because it looks a little generic to me. So whether it's, I don't know what, I guess you're going for like a sort of, I'm not sure what the style is called, but so I'm wondering whether the 2/2s is making it look more generic. Whether, but I'll listen to other board members on what they say about that. And I think that having 2 glass doors in the front of the house, maybe, could we have one that has more of a you've arrived here, sort of a presence, either trim it out, say, I'm the front door, and have the side door be something, maybe even around the corner, but sort of something that doesn't draw attention to it.
So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go. I do think it looks like a lot of the newer structures out there. So in that way, it fits in with that. I do think the front door needs to be more of a front door with more presence, as Abby said. And I actually think what you have as a front door could be the side door, because it looks more like a back door kitchen door, and have the front door follow more of our front door stuff with more trim and less glass. I agree with her about the post on the peak of this. And what is the east? I'm looking at the east and the west side, the overall length of that one gable. Is it more than 50 feet?
No, it's I believe it's 44.
Okay. I don't really have too much to say. It's pretty much in keeping with the newer stuff out there. It's just needs some tweaks. And the fireplace, I think, needs a little bit of corbelling. What is the material? Oh,
It's brick, but we're proposing it to be lime washed, so it's not red.
yeah, it just seems kind of large and
Just through the chair, it's part of the reason why it might seem a little large is we are trying to fit 3 flues into it. As there's an indoor and outdoor and also one downstairs potentially. That's one of the reasons why
Can
it's
I
a little bit
speak to
larger.
that?
Sorry,
Can I
Yes.
speak to that?
please.
It's not our problem that you're trying to put 3 flues into a chimney. Val is talking about the size of the chimney as perceived from the public way.
Noted.
Go ahead,
Right.
Val.
I don't really have anything else.
Okay.
It's nice colors. It's all gray
Okay.
and a
All
wood
right.
roof.
Val, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go if you like.
Thank you, Diane. I would appreciate that.
The thing that hits me, I guess, knowing a lot of the houses along Monomoy is there's no additive massing. You've got enough land. Everything's two stories. It's nothing breaks down except the decks and the roof, and I would like to see it broken down. I don't know of any houses right along there that have no additive massing at all. And I would like to see that. You've got enough room to do it. I think it's important. I'm with the front door being what it is, what it should be. And the side door, moving their front door over and putting a proper one in that place. The roof walk, my view is the same as everybody else. I don't know, I've sort of stymied by the squareness of the building without any outreach going along that land. And I would like to see that. I think the little porch covering on the right-hand side it's sort of strange. I don't know, going around that corner and coming down, maybe it would work out all right. I'd really like to see the house with some additive massing on it.
Through the chair, can I speak to that?
No,
briefly?
no,
Okay,
you
thank
can't.
Just asking.
Okay, thank you, Diane.
Yep.
Connie,
I think the house is keeping with the other structures and the other houses in the area. I would like to see a more formal front door. And the change on the roof walk, but other than that, I don't really have an issue.
okay. Connie, thank you. Okay, so a few things. One of our rules on roof walks is that it's not supposed to occupy more than 1/3 of the roof plane. This clearly does way more than that. I'm with Abby and everybody, I think, on the location of the posts. But I think it also needs to get smaller to be within that guideline. And to Diane's point about the additive massing, there's like one architectural phrase in my mind that goes completely counter to Nantucket architecture, and that term is cross gable. So if we turn our attention to the 3D views that you have, which I'm looking for right now, I'm going to point something out that I think is working completely against this design and is, I think, unnecessary. If I can only find the 3D view.
Yeah, I got one right here. You want mine?
I'm trying to find mine. Are they at the very beginning? What? Page 18?
Yeah.
Oh,
18 of
18. I'm going in the
23.
wrong direction. Okay, 14, 52. Okay, so page 18, view 4. There we can see the cross gable very plainly. And what it is like one two-story gable is piggybacking on top of another two-story gable. And there's absolutely no reason for that extra cross gable piece. There's no reason at all. Like if this was an old house, what would happen is that cross gable wouldn't be there. You'd have one gable running one direction and the other one like just running into it, you know, and it'd be a different height. And that I think would assuage in part this concern that Diane has and I share of this feeling just very relentlessly two-story. So everything else that is a concern to me has been said, but I just figured I'd throw those in. So should we move this one?
I'll make a motion to hold for some revision.
That sounds good. Okay.
Ray, can I ask a question, please?
I was just waiting. What's the question?
Well, if I were to remove the
Yeah, I know about the
not so
roof wall.
cross gable.
Yeah, I
could
know
we
about the
potentially
roof
have
wall.
it be
Well, you know,
and reduce the roof wall?
What?
If we remove the
You will
the
find
cross gable.
examples, James.
Yes.
You will find examples of roof walks that are on gables forward.
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting removing the roof walk. I'm suggesting removing what we're considering the superfluous cross gable and reducing the roof walk and making it 1/3 as well as
No,
three
but I think
sections.
so. It's funny because some of your problems go away because your roof walk gets reoriented because your ridge is getting reoriented if you do that. I'm not, you know, I'm just one person on the board. So, you know, whether you choose to do something about that or not is up to you.
That's
Okay.
this is why I'm suggesting a potential alternative to potentially go through staff is what I'm suggesting.
No, through staff. No, James. You can try that every single time you come on and you're always going to get a no. Okay. So can I have a motion, please?
Motion to hold for revision.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. All right. Bye,
Thank you.
James. Every time.
Put your one
Okay,
story
so
stuff on.
15
Mary's
Margaret's.
not here, but she
Oh.
asked me to stand in for her. It's
Oh,
super simple.
Okay, let's go.
Oops. This is a proposed tertiary dwelling
Okay.
out on Margaret's Way for Caleb Cressman.
Mhm.
Colors are to match the house, which is cobblestone gray. The sash is sand tone. The roof is dark gray. It's 23 feet in height. 650 is the footprint. Pretty cute, simple little building with a accessible ramp on it.
Okay.
I don't think there's really a whole lot to say other than that.
I can go.
Go.
I'm fine with it.
There we go. Anybody else?
Is that a skylight?
Yes, on the rear.
Yeah, on the west elevation?
Yeah.
It just looks a little large in the roof, that's all.
Let's look at the site though. Look. See where it is. It's like
It's 24 by 36. It's on
it's
her
300 feet off.
window and door schedule on the
Okay,
cover page.
it just looked a little large, that's all. I have no problem.
Okay, Connie?
No problem.
All right, I think I'm good. So I think we can do it.
Motion to approve as submitted.
There it is. All those in
Through
favor of
staff.
Abby's motion to, not even through staff, it's just submitted. All those in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks, Val. Okay, Link, Lee Baldwin, 5 Mulberry.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi.
Ready for me?
Yep.
Okay, 5 Mulberry is a beautiful antique home with new ownership who is very sensitively focused on historic restoration of the interiors currently. The historic survey dates the home circa 1810 to 1819 and are included here. The small rear L we're discussing this evening can be seen on 1887 and 1909 Sanborn maps, which I've also included. We are proposing solid wood, true divided light windows to match the top half of the existing gable end window, which you'll see in a little bit. All both in style, size, and glazing. The glass is somewhat of an antique glass, so they're going to replicate that as well as best they can. This is a very dark corner of the home in the back here. Thus, we're hoping to increase natural light into the room. There are currently 3 existing doors opening into this small deck area. Hence, we're looking to replace this one door with the 2 windows proposed. We feel this is a better use of the space. The proposed increase in the ridge height in this area is in hopes of offering better window to wall ratio on that south wall where we're proposing the new windows and expanding the existing cathedral ceiling. The 2004 site survey that's included here shows a more accurate layout of what that rear L looks like now with the deck, the existing structure. I've included the building department file 1998 elevations included as a reference, although Holly and I noted they don't exactly match what was actually built, as you'll see from the photos in just a few areas. The rake, corner boards, trim, and colors proposed will all match the existing details surrounding this area. White trim, moire black roof. As the photos show, the visibility is very small percentage of the overall view from the street, as is masked by year-round lattice and seasonal vegetation. And in closing, we feel our requests are historically sensitive and look forward to your feedback.
Okay, thanks. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is a contributing structure circa 1810, typical Nantucket 4-bay, attributed to David Harris. I believe he was a whaler. And appreciate the Sanborn maps being included. Actually shows this little rear L. I think the 1998 Neil Parent plans are helpful to actually see exactly what was going on with this rear L. Appreciate the Sanborn map showing the rear Ls, the photos showing the proposed. The elevations don't accurately reflect the existing historic structure. It would be helpful to see the existing versus the proposed in elevation format, as Parents' plan were existing in 1998 and doesn't reflect the existing conditions as mentioned. But overall, I think the proposal is appropriate with the fenestration as TDL, double hung, and not awning. And I believe we mentioned that there was a configuration that you were coming on these windows. So I wasn't too sure if that was, you were actually doing fixed versus double hung. Is that correct?
Yes,
For you,
I
Mr.
believe we
Chair?
were proposing fixed.
Okay.
Fixed on the elevation that faces the road?
No, that's an existing window, as you'll see in the photos. That's a double hung antique window, 12/12. We're proposing 2 12-light fixed windows on the south there, on the interior of that little deck area.
And it is a little odd how this L was built off of the side. I don't know why that keeps on doing that. With this infill like deck in the middle. So I think the visibility, you'll see a little bit of it, but I don't think it's going to be too prominent. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, do we have Mickey on this one? Okay. Mickey.
Yes, I'm here. We kind of felt the proposed roof lines are a little bit awkward relative to what's there now. It's a symmetrical gable, and this is kind of an off-centered salt box. So it really just comes down to visibility. If this is visible from Union Street, I don't really know if it is or not, but if it is, it's probably not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Now I gotta go back to the locust plan to see about that.
Yours sideways?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I mean, yeah, they're all sideways.
Adding to the kink in my neck.
Sorry about that.
I know, it's
Who,
seems really
who,
familiar.
you did, Val?
It's right up from my house.
The Jellemies owned it, I think, prior, a couple of people ago.
Um,
Okay, does somebody want
Sure,
to take a dive?
I'll I'll dive in.
All right, go.
So den perspective, that those two windows are going to face Mulberry, is that?
Correct, but they're
Okay.
behind the mass of the house, as you can see from the photos, in this little inlet deck area.
Oh, okay, so that goes back in.
Mhm.
I think, well, even if it goes back in, I would like to see a more historic, like, I don't know what you have, 12 over 12s here or so, or 9 over 9s.
I think they're.
It's a
9 over 9.
12 light
Yeah.
fix to
I-
match the existing window on the gable end.
Right, I'd like to, well, even just have the paints so that it looks old, so it sort of ties in. The windows proposed look sort of modern, especially that one on the side. I think the only thing that bothers me is this roof line where you have sort of a, it's not really a salt box, it just sort of is made to fit in rather than be sort of, I don't know how to say it. I almost wish it were just a regular gable or a real salt box or some roof line that is more historic looking. But other than that,
Okay.
no problem. Thank you.
If I could, through you, Mr. Chair, could I just answer that question for Abby? We're keeping with the existing rake lines if we go to the photos, and we didn't want to make too of a drastic change. So we're matching the existing rake on the main house is why the roof is ending where it is. And we're keeping the existing walls, footprint, that type of thing. And that gable end window is an existing window. So the two new ones would be to match that solid wood, true divided light, and the glazing. We would look to replicate as closely as possible to antique glass as is in the gable end window.
Okay.
Do you have a picture of that would show us that?
What?
Yep, keep going.
Show you what?
Show where the proposed is.
Here is, oh, yeah. Right there. It's right here. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that's it.
So, yeah, so we just lift the roof and have that funny little.
Exactly. Keep the existing footprint, existing walls, remove that door, put two new windows where that door on the right is. There's currently 3 doors into this area, and it's a small area.
It's just hard to understand where this is all happening. I'm just, if you can see it from the street, I wouldn't want to see it, but if it's not, maybe this.
There are some photos from the street as well for you to see.
Thank you.
All right, who's next?
I'll go.
Yeah, thanks.
I don't have any concerns. I think that there's a lot of little funky things in old Nantucket buildings that add to their charm, and where the 2 extra windows are getting put in is sandwiched between the main mass and there's a patio in between, so there's no visibility of those windows at all. So I think it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
I'll
Val,
go.
Diane, go.
Just let me ask Holly, what did you say the year was it was built?
Circa 1810 is a typical Nantucket.
Okay, so I go by this every time I go out of the house. Because it's coming down and you go by it so fast that you don't even notice it. You have to watch that you're going to get a view of it. So I think that as little as can be done to it is fine. And I think that the windows that they're talking about will go in. I really don't have any problem with the stuff they're asking for. I have, as I say, 52 years I've been going down that street and hardly notice it.
Okay, Diane, thank you very much. Connie,
I have no issues.
no issues? Okay, and I was going to say that I thought that the new eave was too high. But when I looked it all over and realized how limited the visibility is, I'm no longer concerned. So I'm good. Should we make a motion on this?
Make a motion. As submitted.
Sounds good. Okay, Diana's made a motion to approve as submitted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you very much.
There you go. Okay, Elizabeth, approach the bench. Let's see. 3 North Beach. Okay, I just have to ask a question of the staff. Oh, okay. All right. I was like, are we really getting that close to like being caught up on the agenda? But I do see our additional items, but they're not that many. All right, anyway, so hi, Elizabeth.
Hi. So this is 3 North Beach Street. The property to the right is Great Point Properties.
Yep.
And so that's a commercial building with a big parking lot in the back. We're really not changing the front at all. The walkway remains, the driveway remains. What's done is the patio in the back, there was a mixture of material before, concrete, irregular stone. There was a brick parking space. So the owner wanted that removed and close up the back section of the garden, add a fence, a solid fence in the back, and clean up the patio area.
Hey, so Elizabeth, we'll pass this over to Holly and Mickey. But so you do abut Cornish on the backside,
So on one side, it's,
North Beach,
yeah,
and but the back is Cornish.
yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this property is associated with a circa 1930s dwelling on the lot. It is, the property is flanked by North Beach Street and Cornish Street. Although it is appropriate to remove the existing brick driveway off of Cornish Street, the proposal also has encroached into the town right of way with the Cornish Street side with the hardscape and walkway material. Only the select board and or the town administration can approve these types of encroachments. But so I wanted to make that point for the record that should the commission be so inclined to approve, they would have to get approval. And I realize there's obviously an existing encroachment with the existing driveway, but obviously one doesn't cross over to the next. So I would just caution on that. But overall, appreciate the proposal with the reduction of the impervious, keeping the light kind materials. I would mention that the proposed fence along Cornish Street should be a picket and not a board fence. That is inappropriate in the historic district. I understand this is right outside of the old historic district, but nonetheless, board along that property line, definitely not. Understanding there's be a hedge there, so maybe a lower fence to incorporate within the hedge. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Mickey, you got anything?
Yes, we do. Thanks.
All right, yeah.
So this is really just about the fence, as Holly mentioned. It's a board fence would really not be appropriate. Cornish Street is a residential road, and it should look like a residential fence, which should be a type 2 picket fence about 3 feet tall. The neighbor's fence that she's proposing to match is over 7.5 feet tall. So I think that's just not an appropriate fence to put right on the street. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mickey.
Yeah, so that is a very small piece.
Yeah. 7 feet.
You mean this lattice thing?
See, so the lattice is what's on this property now.
Oh, I see it.
So, and that section encroaches on, it's outside the property. So we would bring that in line with the garage so it can be planted on the backside. And that piece of fencing would match what's running along the left side of the drawing, which is, I did give you a picture of it if you scroll to the next page. and it's a white fence that's already existing.
Yeah.
The white 5 and 1?
Yeah, the one, on the bottom,
Yeah.
bottom left picture. So that's existing. That's the neighbor's fence.
Mhm.
We're just gonna return the corner with a gate if you approve it.
All right, let's see where it goes. with
Yep.
this. All right, board members.
I'll go, because
Thanks.
I was over there today and took pictures. I see that fence is right between this property and the next one, but it's not on the street. What I didn't see was, and Elizabeth is right, there are little segments of board fence, but none right on the street except for one little piece that's about 3 feet wide.
Right.
And then it goes back like it's around some gas tanks or something, so. I think most people have, it looks like hedges. Could you use the, Elizabeth, continue the stuff that's there now?
The
That
lattice?
looks like lattice and then plant in front of that? Because it's natural to weather, I think that will blend away. Yeah, I didn't see any really tall fences,
Okay,
just little segments here and there.
all right.
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
I think that a 7-foot board fence on the street is inappropriate. Look down the whole picture that we've got. We've got that one piece and the rest are all planting and simple Nantucket fence. And I would do a picket fence if you have to get more, but I certainly wouldn't put in a 7-foot high board fence to replace what's there.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Who's next?
I've got nothing to add, so I can go. Or
Well, you just went.
let me say that the other way. I'll go next. I have
I have
nothing to
nothing
add.
to add. Okay, but that implicit in that is that you are
Yes.
concerned about the board.
Yeah,
fence.
no board. I'm
Gotcha.
a picket.
Gotcha. Okay,
How,
Connie,
how high a picket would you like normally, like
7
if you wanted
feet.
more privacy?
7 at the most. Connie,
I don't think we meant for it to be 7.
I'm also in favor of picket over that board fence. I don't, I'm very opposed to
So-
it.
Yeah, so we knew that this question was coming next following the picket how tall.
Can we do 4'6"?
I don't know. I mean,
4'6"?
this is, we're
No, just a
uncharted
typical-
territory.
Typical.
Typical
like
picket fence,
36.
3'6".
Well,
36 inches.
36 is
What, too
normal.
tall?
So the
No,
lattice,
normal. 36 is normal.
Yeah.
the
that's
lattice
what-
panels that are there now are about 6 feet high.
The what?
The lattice panels that are
Yeah,
there
yeah.
now, they're 6 feet high. So maybe we'll replace them with new ones on the line.
Natural to weather behind hedging. You're gonna put hedges, right? Or
Yeah.
something?
You're talking about the board fence now?
No, no.
No board.
The,
Lattice.
Oh,
I think would be fine.
wait. Let me make sure I understand. Are you taking up on Elizabeth's suggestion to do the lattice?
No,
Yeah, I think I suggested that too.
She did first.
Oh, I missed that. Sorry. At 6 feet
Yeah, what's there?
behind privet, which is what you're proposing anyway. I'm curious, what's the goal?
Privacy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Look, folks, obviously the tall board fence is getting no traction. So are we okay with lattice at a taller height to be able to account for the privacy, given that she's going to plant in front of it?
I would say,
I know. what
I
you
would
think.
say to match the height that's there, which she said is 6 feet.
Okay, but I'm just seeing what the rest of the board feels about that.
Yeah, it's just replacing what's there. That same size.
Yes, that's correct. Are we good with that, folks?
no, I'm not.
Okay, Connie?
It's replacing what's there currently.
Yeah, but the difference being that you'd plant in front of it.
Mr. Chair, can I make a comment regarding that?
Yeah, sure, Mickey, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm quite certain that the town discourages planting in the town's right of way space. So if you're counting on that area to be, buffered with hedges or something, I don't think that.
Yeah, I have secondhand experience from that. A client of mine planted out on Burnell Street in the town way, like 75 feet of privet, and 2 days later they were moving it back. So I hear you, Mickey.
So right now,
Thank you.
in the right of way, the fence is in the right of, on the town property. And there's
Yes.
a lot of planting on the town property. So we're proposing to move the fence so that it's in line, with the property line, and just maybe lightly planting the back of it. Nobody's gonna use that. There's no sidewalk or anything.
So the risk, though, the risk is that if you plant the lattice on the property line, they wouldn't say anything about that, but they could potentially come and say something about the privet that's planted on their property. In which case, then we would be back to square one. We'd have a cleaner version of what's there
come
now,
and
but it would
rip
be
it
the
up.
same thing. All right, folks,
I guess maybe we'll just repair what's there.
do you want an approval X the thing in the back? Because you got a lot of other stuff here.
Yeah, it's just, I would love an approval. I would love an approval.
Okay, somebody,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I just wanted to make it clear that anything in the town right away will require select board town admin approval. So, I just wanted to make that point.
The funny thing is people do it all over the
No, I know,
island. It
I know,
drives me
but
berserk.
Holly is
I
correct.
know. No, I think you're right. I'm just saying, like, all along No Nantum, they're planted right out to
Yeah.
Well, we can put climbing hydrangea, which will sort of cover
There you go.
that, and it doesn't take a
Actually,
lot of lateral. flow.
that's a win.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that takes up no space.
Yep.
All right.
I would make a
Pleasure.
motion to approve with repair or replacement of the existing lattice. Planting is up to you, and anything that happens outside of the property line is not approved by us. That's on them.
Okay. So if you want to plant your climbing hydrangeas, which I think is a fabulous
Rose
idea.
garden.
Yeah. Okay, so that is Val's motion. All those in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Hi.
Okay, so 4 in favor, 1
Thank you
opposed.
very much.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
And Mr. Chair, on that note, because of one that happened around the corner from this location within the last year, we have placed a note on the hardscape application checklist to basically prompt that, say, if you're proposing any hardscaping within the town right away, you must get select board town admin approval.
That's a good
Because
safeguard.
people have gotten HDC approval on things outside of the right of way when it wasn't quite clear it was in the right of way, and then have, try to go to and get their approval or not get their approval, just install it based on HDC
And then
approval.
have
So,
it removed.
yes.
So we need a new caveat.
Well, that's why we put that in the checklist,
Yeah.
and they have to sign it on their checklist. So trying to be proactive.
Okay, folks, we're going to travel now down to 63 Hulbert Avenue. Okay,
62 Halbert Avenue.
63 Hulbert.
63. I think the air conditioning's on, by the way.
Yeah.
It
It's got-
always
it's-
comes on about
gonna
this
snow
time.
in here.
Oh,
It's like an operating room,
It really
If they
is. It's
keep
coming
it-
right out of here.
Keep it nice and cold so the germs don't come in.
David Letterman did that in his studio, actually. He said it kept all the guests sharp. Seriously. I can start whenever
Yeah,
the
you
board's ready.
start. I'm still looking for it, but go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so this is 63 Hulbert. And this is a renovation / addition. So the original structure dates from 1915.
1915.
Yeah,
Mm.
1915. And basically what we're doing enough work where we do have to raise it above the floodplain. And Holly will submit the flood elevation certificate. The surveyor doesn't have that done yet, but he did give us the flood elevation, and we've designed the finished floor elevation to be above the floodplain. The floor system will be below the floodplain, which we can do. And that's just an effort to keep it as low as possible. But this is the bare minimum that we are required to raise the structure. So as far as the existing structure is concerned, there really is no dedicated front door that faces Hulbert. And so I'll briefly go around the building and just tell you what the general revisions are. So starting at the facade, which is the sheet that you're on now, which is the south elevation. So we wanted to add a front door to the structure. And so that's what we've done. We've aligned it, centering it on the gable and included a front porch. There's an existing wraparound hip 1-story enclosed mass, if you will, on the south side of the building and also on the water side, which is on the north side. So as far as the front porch is concerned, we stuck with a similar pitch to that of the existing hip roof system. And we feel like this gives the building some identity without taking away from its overall composition. We're also doing 2 additions on the second floor, one on the right side, which is an extension of an existing intersecting gable, if you will. We just basically took the same gable profile and extended it slightly. On the left side, we've added an additional 1.5-story addition, which is clouded accordingly. Anywhere we had existing steps, obviously because we have to raise the building to accommodate the floodplain requirement, we have a decent amount of steps. We try to be as thoughtful about those as possible. On the left side of the building, we have a set of stairs that lead out from an existing deck that is on the site currently. And we are adding a set of stairs to the new mudroom entrance on the right side. There's an existing rake detail. The architectural detailing, both in terms of the window casing and the rake itself, is a really beautiful detail. And so we're not changing that. And where we do have an addition on the second floor, we're emulating that detail, but we stepped it down slightly so it wasn't competing with the main mass of the structure. There's an existing chimney that we're maintaining, so that's not being altered. Okay, moving on to the next sheet, east elevation. This is the side of the building. So this is actually where the entrance into the building is currently, which is on the side of the building. It's fairly nondescript, and you can see that gable forward on the second floor. That is the existing. If you reference the comparative existing condition / demo on the lower left end of the sheet, you'll see that gable is essentially the same profile. We're just extending it a little bit further out onto that roof. You can also see the side profile of the entry porch. And as far as the banding of the screening porch, that is an existing condition. Okay, so the north elevation, which is the next sheet.
Mm-hmm.
So on this elevation, you'll see that there is this similar 1-story hipped wraparound massing, if you will, on the first floor. For the most part, we've kept the fenestration identical to what it is now. We do plan to replace the windows, as we've noted. We're proposing to add a second floor balcony. There are third floor shed dormers. We are proposing to keep the same dimension and width, but change the roof profile to gables. And then we also are proposing to add a third smaller gable dormer to account for there's existing rooms up there, and this is for a bathroom. And so we reduced the size of it, the third center dormer, and pushed it back into the roof plane, if you will. On the left side of the second floor, you can also see how we've done the addition to that existing gable roof element. And then on the right side, that is the new 1.5-story addition, flush face gable dormer with a small balcony as well. Again, one of the challenges here is we're dealing with elevated first floor, and we're also restricted on this side of the building in terms of how much deck space we can add. And so we've tried to be as thoughtful as we can with the amount of stairs. At the risk of being repetitive, if we go to the next sheet, I think I've covered most of the changes to the building itself. So with that, I look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, for the record, this is a circa 1915 colonial revival. There is an old HDC survey on file, listed in excellent condition back in 1989, which is pretty cool. And we're hopeful that we'll be able to have an updated survey through our next survey work through our CLG grant. So of course, any type of elevation would have to comply with Resilient Nantucket, not only obviously getting the elevation certificate information, but also the historic determination in order, because this is a historic structure. So appreciate raising the dwelling at the minimal 4 feet, 0.3. We'll need obviously to show the proposed BFE and DFE along with the ferment map with the elevation certificate. Let's see, appreciate the lower elevation. I was just curious. I think this is the only one in this area of Hulbert Avenue of being elevated in the recent, not as opposed to Easton Street where we're seeing all sorts of stuff going on right now. So it would be nice to know what that streetscape looks like. And we've asked for that from other applicants in the past. Plans call for like-kind replacement of fenestration due to the age. Would want to see a window and door survey. It would be helpful to have the full existing elevations. The small ones are very hard to discern with the red for the demo. Let's see. And due to this being 100-plus-year-old structure, it would be helpful and do it justice for the history. The shed dormers on the north are character-defining features and should be retained and not go to gable dormers. The expanded second floor balcony is a little overwhelming on the north. Recommend making it smaller and simpler as the left flanking side is with the single flush window. This would make it more symmetrical, and this is fairly a symmetrical structure. Although I understand the facade is not. Understanding the structure is being elevated for FEMA. The new steps on the north side are very grand and should be reduced in size scale, keeping and referring to Resilient Nantucket for that. Our design guidelines were not created in an envelope or in a vacuum, I should say. They were designed in part with the National Park Service and FEMA on keeping these structures appropriate. Keeping like-kind features of the colonial revival as recommended in Resilient Nantucket. On the south, which is facing Hulbert Avenue, changing the front entrance with the doorway from the off-center location to the center of the main mass alters the character-defining feature of this colonial revival in simple form. On the west, adding the shallow shed dormers to the proposed gable of the extended second floor removes the simplicity of this elevation. The dormers are not appropriate. I just want to mention that the trellis and the water table are existing features to this historic structure, and appreciate them being retained if at all possible, and appreciate that there are no changes to the overall scale of the structure and chimney. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey.
Yeah, most of our comments are going to be about the north elevation. So if you could turn to that page.
Got it.
There you go. And they really echo a lot of what Holly's already said. The rear steps facing the water are much too grand. They should just be a simple set of stairs. Similar, there's another set of stairs to the right of the view you're looking at that fan out. Steps fanning out in multiple directions is a kind of an unusual feature for Nantucket cottages. That should be simplified. The proposed change from shed to gable dormers on the water side adds to the height and the volume of the building. The shed dormers were more appropriate. And the 2 French doors facing the water adds a lot of glazing. This would look better as a single door with a window. And then that would enable you to reduce the length of the deck accordingly. And that's it. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. Okay, board members. It's Joe. Let's go.
I'll go if you want.
Thank you, Diane.
On the north elevation, I believe that it has said that the stairs coming out there is too grand. This is supposed to be a simpler house at the stairs on the right, the same thing. And I believe that the dormers up on the 3rd floor up of the roof should remain shed dormers and not get so complicated as gable. And let me see, I took a bunch of notes when I was going over it before. I don't see any where they raised the foundation up. I don't see any piers.
Well, they would be just behind there.
We could add pilasters to emulate.
Okay, because most of the places have some pier showing it. And the other thing I have is reducing those doors on the 2nd floor, again on the north elevation, so that you only had one door coming off each time. And then you could take that deck down to a more manageable size. So that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Who's next?
It's on a pier foundation already.
Right. So Diane's comment was more about what you're seeing and not seeing, on the elevation, and you can express them.
I can go.
Yeah. Okay, Abby, go ahead.
I was gonna start on the south, which is the front.
Yep, that's right.
Sorry, just. There it is. So compared to what's existing, which is sort of really simple and quiet. I think that the double ganged, the ganged window above the front door, if that were just one window, I think that would take the curse off that sort of double glazing there. Third floor, reduce size. Well, I don't know. That the ganged window on the far left also could be reduced to 1, and that could really simplify it too, because then you'd have just be good. I can't read my writing. But I think you did a great job finding a front door on this. I gotta say, it really gives it a sense of, presence there. Then I jumped to the north, and I think that staircase that's like dead center, that could be simplified and just made like an old fashioned stair instead of this sort of grand palace sort of thing. I think the ganged windows again in the 3rd floor could be reduced and I think it might have been more successful as sheds.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to do about that second floor, but if you could quiet down those French doors somehow, or maybe that's a shingled railing and on the second floor there. Just otherwise, I think you've done a great job. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Connie, you ready?
Yeah, I guess I would be in favor of making all the dormers shed dormers, even though I do like those gable dormers with that cute little one in the center. I don't know what you would do with that for that bathroom. And I'm in agreement about the stairs, somehow simplify those. That's about it.
Okay, Connie, thank you. Let's see, that's you, Val, right?
Yeah. Okay. I think it's pretty much what everyone else says. I'll start on the south. I was actually gonna, on Abby's lead, gonna say, I'd like you to go back to 2 windows there. It doesn't even, to me, it would read more like the same house if the windows on the second floor stayed fairly similar and eliminate the middle window in the mudroom. It's just a lot of fenestration on a facade that was very simple before. The staircase that you see on the south elevation that is actually on the west, can that be cut into that deck? It doesn't seem as though that deck, it's big and it could just be cut in and there's still plenty of deck to use and you wouldn't see it. I just feel like there's a lot of decks fanning out all over the house and that would be one way to mitigate it in that area. On the, so also the extra footage on, I'm looking at the south again, on the east elevation addition on the second floor, I think looks, I don't know what it looks like, but it seems overwhelming to me. If that could be pushed back a little bit, I think it would read better. I understand what you're doing, and I think on the east, it actually looks fine because it looks the same as kind of what was there. But on the front, it just, I think, gives an odd proportion to that facade. The dormer on the south, on the other addition, maybe could be 1 window. I just think the part that faces the street is really heavily fenestrated now, where the existing is very simple, and that could help make it read more like the house that's there. And on the rear, I agree about I wish they were still shed dormers. It just seems more in keeping with the house. And that's it. That's all I have.
Val, thank you. So anything that I would have said has already been said multiple times, so I think you get it.
Yep.
All right. So how about we move for some revisions on this?
So moved.
I do like the design of the house.
Yeah, me
Thank
too.
you.
It's just-
Very responsibly done.
Good job.
Thank you. Okay, so is there a motion?
Make a motion.
For
Few
some
revi-
minor revisions.
Yeah.
Minor.
Minor revisions. Okay, there it is. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Matthew.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, Nancy, you've been waiting such a long time. I can't wait to see what you have for us.
I am going to sit off this, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
because I'm doing some work for Kim on something else.
Well, it's nice to see all of you.
Nice seeing you too. Thank you.
And thank you for your work on my behalf. Well, we didn't see each other.
We try our best for
Hey,
you,
you do
dear.
great. Well, I am attacking 17 Nancy Ann, which is part of Glowacki Acres.
Okay.
So with that in mind, I think you know pretty much what that looks like. in places.
Same stuff here.
Just the site where this building was.
Yeah, can I see that? I know where Nancy Ann is.
It's a great picture.
We're up by,
Ah. You got to move
So-
all that stuff out of the way first,
well,
though.
this is my beautification project,
Yeah,
you see,
right.
because that's where the building would go. If we're presenting a 4K garage with an upstairs for storage. Because as they're clearing the area, we are in vast need of that element. So I will hope that you can understand the need as well as it will change the look of the area.
Did you say it will change the look of the area?
Well, it will remove that type of thing because that's where it would be going. It's going, the shed shop is on part of that lot, and next to it on the right side, we would be putting this garage. So that will clear that area.
Okay. Okay, I would love first impressions from the board. You know, Nancy, there's a lot of stuff on here, like, we can't really tell like how tall these garage doors are. They are obviously quite tall, but
The garage doors are 12 feet high.
12 feet high.
Right.
Do we have any context photos? I kind of know what's going on down there.
This is not a shed.
No. Tis not.
No, it will be on the site of the shed shop, though. That is its sister building, if you will.
All right. Does anybody have any comments to make right now?
This is a very commercial area,
Yes.
right? So my only question is, you could do all the same windows just for consistency. For instance, on that north elevation, you've got 4 over the garage. They could just be the same size. And ditto on the east, you've got some tiny ones above other ones. They could all be the same size. And I think it's approvable, so. That's all I have.
That we could certainly do, definitely.
Thank you.
What was that, Nancy?
We could do that. The reason I went smaller on that open space on the second floor was just to have more wall space that was available to not be cut up by windows.
Okay. All right.
But there are other 30-foot high buildings around that area, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, this isn't going to be an anomaly.
Can I ask you something, Nancy, to that?
Sure.
Like on the application, it actually says it's 32 feet high.
That was a mistake. It is 30.
30.
Yeah.
Okay.
At first, we were going to do it with 14-foot garage doors, and that kicked it up. So then we brought it back to 30.
Okay. And when it says sidewall to weather, we're assuming that's white cedar.
Cedar, yes,
So it is shingled.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, Abby, thank you. Who's next?
My question was what the material outside was going to be. So it's
It's
going to
not
be.
metal.
Yeah, I think of it.
It's going to hide part of the metal.
Trim is white.
Yeah, I think with the window changes, I think that would be good.
Okay, Diane?
Yeah, I go with Abby. I'm trying to keep the windows all the same and making building more like, because there are residents around there as well as
There will
these
be, yeah.
buildings.
Yeah.
So they don't become such outstanding or standing out.
So the agreement would be to make all of the windows the larger size.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
Okay.
it goes with the size of the building and then when you see it, it wouldn't be so standing out.
That would be
Now,
doable.
Nancy, listen, there's obvious, for the record, there's obviously a few like irregularities. Like I noticed one side has a corner board drawn, the other side has no corner board, but actually most of the sides show corner boards.
They
so we're
should have
assuming
quarter
that's what you
boards.
have.
Yes,
Yeah,
we'll have to tighten up our.
all right. Okay.
Want me to make a motion? Okay, motion to approve, correcting the drawing errors, like the corner
Right,
boards.
the window.
And changing I don't know what they're not labeled, but making the windows consistent to the larger size.
Right.
All right.
Anything to add to that?
That was it.
Okay, that's my motion.
Okay. Oh, I have one question. What color are the garage doors since they're so huge?
Typically, they'd be white, but we can change that.
Can they be gray or something? Just
Yeah,
so it's
yeah.
not this like massive. Can you add that to your motion?
I can.
Yes, no, that would be a good move. I agree.
The garage doors will be gray.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so that is Abby's motion. All those in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it is.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Nice seeing
And
you. All right, so here comes me, 256 Pulpus.
Oh, go ahead. Ready?
Yeah, right. So this, these are renovations to an existing house at 256 Pulpus Road. Everything that we're changing is bubbled. The house is already fairly large, has a big L on the left-hand side as you look at the front of it. We're making additions really, not so much to get more room because it's a huge house, but to balance it out and add porches, things like that. So we stuck with the original gable and just modified it, added dormers on the roadside. The back side of the house is quite far away from Pulpus Harbor and has been really seriously worked over. I don't know whether there's any photos of the back in here, the current back of the house, but it's all pretty new. So we were mainly focused on trying to keep the intent of the part of the house that faces Pulpus Road and is fairly well known to anyone that has been down Pulpus Road. That's an overview. Happy to answer questions.
Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, this is a circa 1920 colonial revival known as Leedsmore. This is actually a photo from NHA. It's in your packet. I think Tammy put it in there, but I thought that was pretty cool to show. So I'm gonna be a little bit more, I don't know what the word is, so harsh maybe. Adding gambrels flanking either side, a hip portico and triple gable dormers seems to overwhelm this large but simple colonial. Keeping simple box shapes would be better, more appropriate, and in keeping with the existing 100-year-old dwelling. Removing the chimneys removes also a character defining feature of this historic dwelling. And I would agree that this is positioned, a little far back off of the water side of the harbor. I don't think it's quite Pulpus Harbor. I think it's the head of the harbor or inward. But nonetheless, it has had some changes over time. I just do think that the design needs to be a little more simpler. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Is Mickey here?
Yeah, so we did not look at this because we don't have access to the, we don't have a link to access the file, so we couldn't really look at this one. But I like what Holly said. I'm seeing this now for the first time. And I pretty much agree with everything she said, that it does seem to really change the character of the house.
Thank you, Mickey. Board members.
I also didn't have a link, so I'm just looking at it now.
I didn't either.
All right, well, this might take a little time. But digest it. Why don't you say your things again, Holly?
Sure. So adding gambrels flanking either side, a hipped portico and triple gabled dormers overwhelms this large but simple colonial. Keeping simple box shapes would be better, more appropriate in keeping with the 100-year-old plus dwelling. Removing the chimneys removes as a character defining feature.
Very good, thank you. Okay.
I agree with that.
Oh, yeah, I know, it's very good. Would you like to go, Diane?
Yeah, I agree with what Holly has said, down to the fine thing. I think it's become super complicated. The fenestration, the number of windows that are on that facade are tremendous. There's more windows than walls, and I think that's too much. So that's my beginning thing.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Val?
I
or
think
Connie?
I need more time. I
Okay,
need to
okay.
maybe view it.
Okay, all right, we'll call
If
for a
that's
few.
okay,
Um,
because I'm
That's a
really
good
just
idea.
looking at it now. The first time.
Yep.
Connie, would you like to make some comments?
Probably right off the bat, I again, just like Diane, mirror what Holly has said about simplification. There are a lot of windows on this
Could we-
structure.
Can we go to the front of the house?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Connie.
Not quite sure about the gambrel features either. I think it looks a little out of place. That's really all just from initially looking at it.
Should I make a suggestion that we hold it for a vision and a view?
Okay. All right, on Diane's motion for a view, Val,
For a view, yes.
Connie?
Yes.
and
Please.
Diane,
Yeah.
yeah, and I'm a nay.
Sounds
Sorry about
good.
that.
No, it's all right. Thank you.
I don't know if it was on the view or not, but we're moving so fast.
No,
Yeah,
it wasn't.
Yeah, I couldn't get it on the agenda thing. It wasn't
So
on there.
That's funny. Is that because it were so far down the agenda that nobody could get on to it?
No, I don't have a link.
There were
Yeah,
several
there's no link.
ones that didn't have a link. I can tell you another one.
Well, on consent, there was a whole bunch. It's that same thing.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that on
Yeah.
this.
On
Sorry, Ray.
No, that's quite all right. Not in a particular hurry for that. So, oh, here we are, Chuck Hollow. All right. Oh,
Obviously need to.
This one.
What?
I can't get in there.
What do you
Just-
have?
Well,
Lindsay's
I'm-
here. Oh, yeah.
How do you do that? This is my iPad.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so it knows your finger?
Correct.
Wow, that's crazy.
Right. Oh, remember that?
What did
horrible
you do
mystery
with
where
your
they had to
finger?
Cut up the thumb to get into.
No, I don't.
Okay, so Lindsay, one thing I did
she said that.
notice,
Yeah, this is.
you
mine.
know, Stephen's not here. You're aware of that. Stephen Welch.
Yep.
So you're good with 4 people?
Yeah.
Okay. And, you know, in the event things don't go well for you tonight, you can always have Stephen Mullen back in. Okay? So
Is that-
we're moving forward with 8
8
Chuck Hollow. Now, hold on.
I don't have that one either.
14.
I don't think you'll have the link.
Yeah.
We don't have the link here?
No, you'll have it from last week. Here, let me find it for you.
Oh,
Last week.
How did I get it?
Because you're probably on last week.
Yes, I probably am.
Oh, great.
This is the one that Jason Finger
Mhm.
was concerned about.
I'm here.
Oh, good.
Okay, thanks. Is Connie good down there?
Are
You have it
good,
on,
Connie?
Connie?
Is it from the
21st.
20? I think I pulled up the 21st. Let me see. Yep, yep, I did. Okay, good.
Okay, and it's the, this one.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, everybody ready? And that means you, Lindsay.
Yep, I'm ready. So, so full 8 Chuck Hollow. We've seen this now a couple times. I think we've proven lack of visibility. I think the administration's driven by taking photos, showed lack of visibility. We provided photos showing lack of visibility. It's not, I mean, it's in keeping with everything in the neighborhood. Like there's nothing historic about Tom Nevers, and I wouldn't say it's inappropriate for the area. I've done several projects, including my own house in the area, which has actually more hardscaping than that. And I've done actually another project for this owner, who, bigger pool, more hardscape. Yeah, that's.
Hey, Lindsay.
Yep.
One thing that's unclear to me. What I'm looking at is from the previous meeting. So there's no revisions.
No, it was
No
held-
revisions. We're basically looking at the old application.
Exactly.
Okay.
It
thank
was
you.
held because I think that.
Understood. Got it. Okay. Let's see, Jason, I'm sure you want to say something, right, Jason?
Yes, unfortunately for you, for all of you, I apologize. So one of the reasons why you held this was because we got notice that the house is being removed and a prefab was being moved in its place. Will be quite honest with you, I feel like I'm part of a bait and switch because I was told it was removed, and then a comment was made earlier today when you saw the garage that a house would be coming in later. So I feel like we're still in the same position because it was originally said that that new house would be smaller than the existing house. So I do still question the visibility. The deck that you see on the garage structure there, that you saw tonight will be swapped to the other side, which will open up some of the visibility for this space. The green space that you see where the septic system is in the front is full of dead trees. Those I'm sure will not be staying. I think that this pool is too big for this site and this house. The pool and the hardscape and the spa with the waterfall and the fire pit are bigger than the house. I think it's much too much. There are other pools in the neighborhood that are much smaller, including diagonally across the street. I was told that the shed looks like it's still there. That hasn't been applied for either. So I question that, but I really feel like this is a pool with a house, not a house with a pool, and I don't think it's appropriate for this site.
Okay, thank you, Jason. It looks like you want to speak, Stephen? Or?
I do. I represent the owner, Stephen Cohen. So I appreciate Jason's expertise in this area and that she's been on the board and she knows what she's talking about. But at the end of the day, This house dates back to the historic Reagan era. Might go back to the Carter era, but it doesn't matter if you like pools. It doesn't matter if this is like the ugliest, most ostentatious, nouveau-riche anything. It's like, and I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying, like, we get into whether or not this is like too much. It doesn't matter. It's not historically inappropriate. The board should only be judging whether or not something is historically appropriate or not. And this is both not visible and entirely appropriate, because as this board has said 1,000 times of my neighborhood, it doesn't matter. It's Tom Nevers. It has no historical
I
integrity.
never said that.
Yeah.
Just
okay.
want to go on record.
Some people have said it. So, you know, like, not to overplay the card, but you guys should approve almost anything out here. And there's nothing, like, it doesn't matter if the pool is big or the patio is big or some of the trees might come down. The only thing you should be doing is saying, yes, a pool is okay here. And if you want to include the condition that you always include with pools, that it shouldn't be visible, just include that. And then if some trees come down or if the house changes, then the applicant still has to meet that condition. And then whether or not the pool is 2 feet bigger or 3 feet smaller, you know, is a waste of your time.
Okay, I think I agree with you. But the point being, like, whichever way this goes, whichever way the discussion goes, I don't think we should be making a distinction between the fact that it's like only Tom Nevers,
Well, I
you
agree
know,
with that. I
as
was being a
opposed to
little facetious.
Monomoy or whatever. Like,
Well, there is a
the
difference.
thing about the pools for us, speaking of, you know, historical, like, they didn't have pools in the 18th or the 19th century.
Yeah.
So they didn't exist. So in terms of historical appropriateness, is what we want them to do is not be visible
And I entirely
from
agree.
a public way.
Yeah.
That's our thing.
My point is that this area has no historic structures, right? There's one or two, but
Okay.
certainly not this
But
neighborhood.
You get my point about like the pools, we just want them to go away.
Yeah. And
Visually go away.
And I think that what's presented here is something that is hundreds of feet back from the street in a highly wooded area, behind a house, behind, you know, the garage. And if the applicant comes in and makes changes to the house or the garage or whatever later, the condition that you will impose of it not being visible will remain. So the applicant will have to deal with that with vegetation or whatever. And we don't need to get into how big it is, since you're going to require it to be not visible anyway. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more comment on either side before I turn it over to the board? And I would like to keep it moving along because it is 10 after and then we have hundreds of pages to go through before we finish. Okay, so board members, how about it? Where are we? Thank you. Gonna pick somebody.
What's Phil doing over there?
Val is working for the owner, but not doing the landscape. She's
Well,
relaxing.
I'll go or you
Okay,
go.
Diane.
No, you go.
Okay, either one of them.
I disagree with Stephen to some point. If we trash an area, can we refer to Tom Nevis in the future as, oh, that's out in the trash area? Who cares? I think that's destroying an area and you happen to live in it.
We both live in it.
You both live in
I
it.
live right down the
so-
street.
Encouraging you to try.
Okay, let's let Diane
Just a-
continue. Go ahead.
A remark, that's
Yeah.
all. I think that it would work out better if the pool was going the other way. It would fit in the area, and as was mentioned, the pool whole combination there is bigger than the house and the one-story little structure up to it. If it tucks in closer to the house, you're not so aware of it. It gives more of an area not to be destroyed because the vegetation out there is important. Because cutting down a few trees may seem okay, but once they go down, it opens up a view that perhaps was not there beforehand. So I'd like to see it turn. And I would like to see, I'm trying to see what the size is.
Of the pool itself?
18 by 40. You could bring it in from 18 to 16 and make it a little slimmer. And I believe the length of it and the length of the building are approximately the same 40 feet. So it would make it less visible. It would keep the vegetation less destroyed. And to have special little trees there out of Tom Nevers in an area where the vegetation is sort of wild would not fit in. I would put in native trees or something that grows in with the vegetation there and becomes part of it. I think it would be fit better. I think it would not be so visible. Because it's going to be visible. What? I beg pardon?
It's not gonna be visible. It can't be.
You can't see it? All right. Well, Val says you can't see it. I just think it would fit in better and give the land that wouldn't be taken up by the pool time to fill in and make it a good spot for entertainment.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. You ready?
I want to say something about saying bad things about Dom Nevers, but because I really think that we can't really, we have to take every single area of Nantucket as seriously as we do the historic area. I really believe that. I know you get to say it because you live out there, but I mean, we're really here to protect the island because as we all know, it's the whole island is historic. So I have a little trouble talking about a pool before the main house. I still have that problem.
But the main house is there.
I thought I thought you were putting in a.
They're not changing.
We
it.
withdrew it.
She withdrew it.
Okay. Then I would say, with our usual proviso that it not be seen. And maybe if, you might have to add some more vegetation if you're doing any clearing, just make it just make it so we can't see it.
I assure you Lindsay's okay with selling more plants.
Yeah.
Oh, do you get the cynics here?
I know.
It's late. I'm hungry.
I never thought of it that
I'm
way.
freezing.
Thank you, Abby. Connie.
I was gonna say that, if you can't see it and we put that caveat in perpetuity, I'm okay with it. I'm actually kind of jealous. I wish I had something like that, but
We can make it happen for you.
okay.
Okay, well, our applicant actually did the work for us because the drawing that we have in front of us says pool not to be visible at time of inspection and in perpetuity and to have no grade change from existing. And I believe that the applicant has also demonstrated that the pool is going to be invisible already. And in the off chance that any of these windows open up or plants die or whatever, we know it needs to be done in order to remedy that situation. So I'm okay with this application. Can we have a motion?
Well, you might get Diane's if we reduce the pool a bit.
I don't feel the need
He
to.
doesn't
I mean,
care.
it's.
I'm only
Oh, I
one
do
person.
care. I do care. I know that it's not going to be visible. And I know that 2 feet of change in width of the pool is not going to change it from visible to not visible. So I do care. I care a lot. So can I have a motion, please? If I didn't care, I wouldn't be sitting on this board.
Maybe Connie.
A motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you. I appreciate
With
that.
the
All those in favor?
caveat.
Oh, yes, with the caveat, which is on the
Yes.
drawing. With the caveat that I shall read the language. shall not be visible at the time of inspection and in perpetuity, and to have no grade change from the existing. That caveat?
Yes.
Okay. That is Connie's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Diane, did you just vote in favor of that?
What?
Did you just vote in favor of that?
Sure.
Oh, my goodness.
I just
Okay.
was
Thank
giving
you.
my opinion
All
of
right,
what I
all right.
thought.
Well, no,
And I do want to clarify, I do think that Tom Nevers is an important area. It's just not a historic area.
I
yeah, you
know
know,
you
it's
do.
Stephen,
Well,
I
in
just
the
think it's
future,
becoming
as
historic.
a lead off, even if it's your own neighborhood, don't disparage any
Is this
neighborhood on Nantucket.
But it is in a
Val
historic
can't stand
district.
it when people say like, well, it's only mid-island.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, everybody.
All right, good night. Yeah, all these different places. Okay, so thanks, folks.
What?
Val,
Where are we?
Val again.
This is
You know, hey,
easy.
Now
It
okay.
should have been easy the first time.
Yeah, I got an idea too, folks.
Well,
Why don't we make this, oh wait, I should check.
The
Let me
last
look at the
one?
room.
Oh, you shouldn't have sat.
Let's just cut it off after Val. Which one are you? Oh, you are. Okay, let's go.
All right,
okay,
Come
let's
on,
go.
it's easy.
All right, this is formerly Maurice Gibbs's house. I
Oh,
had
we saw
presented
this.
you with a
Yes,
sun porch on the front of the house.
right.
And there was some concerns about symmetry and this and that, so I simplified it. I made the deck on the second floor smaller, and we took the windows out. It is now just a screened porch, not with windows, and I am proposing to emulate the rather unusual windows that are awning on the bottom with the
Mhm.
pattern of the screen. Everything stays the same, that lovely green, gray
Yeah,
color.
yeah, I love that color.
Yeah, so reduce the second floor deck, centered the dormer, blah, blah, blah.
All right,
Anyway,
all right, Val, I think we got it.
yeah,
Folks,
I have a question.
yes,
Val,
yes.
oh, do you have, is it historic?
was that you, Holly?
No, it was me.
Oh,
The people that are on it. I
oh,
think there's
right, we
only
got a sitting
two
board
people.
jam, oh my gosh, you're
Because-
absolutely right. Thank you, Connie. I'm really sorry. I
Oh,
forgot we were on old
crap, we
business.
don't have the people.
Yeah.
Pole camp. Oh, God.
Sorry.
I don't believe it. Okay.
All right, well, can I
listen.
go first next time?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, you'll be right up there. Okay, well, so let's see, how are you gonna do then, Norm? Ben, let's see, Pole, Coombs, Camp. Oh, no, you got 4, buddy. Yes, you do. So let's go.
Oh, yeah. That's all right. I didn't even notice. That's how it's.
So you guys ready?
Yeah, go.
So a little update. Last time we met, we had a move off demo of the existing cottage that's on this property. You guys approved it to move off. We have a taker. We're just.
No way.
Yeah, we're just kind of finalizing whatever agreements need to be made, but it will be moving to Sconset. So you'll be seeing an application for that shortly. So that's great news. I was not able to get my flood elevation certificate in time for this submittal. So, in an ideal world of a staff approval, I would submit it at that time.
Okay.
And regarding the architecture, the comments last time were pretty specific. And specifically we changed the pitch from a 12 to an 11. That was Ray, that was your suggestion. That was around all gables on the building. Window and door changes, the little gable windows in the eaves were changed. A couple other doors in the back, very minor things. A bigger change was the increasing of trim. We beefed up all the trim, created a kind of a sub rake, head casings on all the windows. So it kind of gave it a little bit more of a thicker Victorian vernacular. We lowered the shingle line, so there's less visible foundation wall, and removed the skylight. So hopefully architecturally, we're in the realm of approval here. But the big thing that I do want to go over is the trim color and the window color. So we are requesting natural trim and black sash. And that was somewhat of a disappointment to some people on the board. And so I have submitted quite a bit of information regarding that trim package. And so Holly, if you don't mind scrolling upward. So I spent some time on the street and keep going up. Yeah, well, we'll end at that one if you keep going up. So I spent some time on the street. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. So across the street, it's a very rhythmic pattern of natural trim, white house, natural trim, white trim. And you don't really notice it. It kind of just all blends in. So there's quite a bit of natural trim directly across the street. But on our side of North Beach Street, it's all white. It's white down the line. So, it'd be nice to add that natural trim to kind of create that rhythm a little bit, kind of take the homogeny out of the whole area. I'm hoping that you guys can kind of see that would actually be an improvement to the overall streetscape. And then lastly, for context and precedent, I took a picture of the Cracker Box, which is a beautiful, now Holly, if you could scroll down. Oh, Esmeralda, sorry. The Cracker Box, it's the last picture on this screen here. Yeah, here it is, yep. So a very beautiful Victorian gable forward, natural trim in Brant Point, black sash. So there is.
Albert Avenue.
I think it's Wall Street, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Wall.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think we can all agree we absolutely love this house. And so there's a lot of features about this house that emulate what we're trying to do on North Beach Street. Kind of the precedent that yes, some gable forward Victorians are natural trim, and even in the Brant Point area. So I'm hoping that the Cracker Box is a historic context for what we're trying to do on the North Beach Street. And I believe that's it. So thank you very much.
All right, Ben, thank you. Jump on in, folks. Those of you who are on, Diane, Abby, and Connie.
And Mr. Chair, I do have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, sorry.
So I think Ben touched upon it. He's just waiting for the elevation certificate. So of course, if the commission so inclined would like to have that with any approval. The trim detail that was asked to be revised, he's done as requested. The natural trim with the black sash, I feel is not appropriate. Natural, yes, but maybe more of a natural or natural terratone, or even you see some that are natural with white sash. And then I think I missed the move. Did you say you had somebody for the existing structure?
Yep, this woman in Wisconsin's going to take it.
Perfect.
And somebody, I wish I knew her last name.
Glad to hear that's what we should be seeing. So thank you for that, Ben. Those are my
application for that shortly.
awesome.
Okay.
Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right.
And I believe Mickey has some as well.
Mickey, your turn.
Yeah, the changes that were made architecturally, I think are great. I think we're perfectly good with all of that. I will make a couple of arguments about the trim. Historically, Victorian houses of this era were always painted. I think, looking at the Cracker Box, when you blow up that picture of it, the trim looks like it's new trim. I mean, I'm not sure I suspect it's a very old cottage. The trim looks pretty new. So maybe it was painted originally and it's just been re-trimmed to natural. I just can't think of any historical Victorian houses that have natural trim. This may be an exception, but there it is. And the black sash just is an unusual request. We've never liked the black sash. Any other color, gray color on the trim, but painted. So thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. Okay, now it's to the board. Those of you sitting. Mickey went.
Just fine.
Oh, yeah.
What was it? anything about the trim color
From Mickey or in general?
in general? What
Well,
Painted.
Ben
This is-
wants it to be natural.
And black.
natural?
I
No
guess the
paint.
last time
We want it
around, there
painted.
was concern about it being a Victorian and being natural trim.
Right.
And so Ben just showed all these examples down there, including the Cracker Box on Wall Street that had natural trim. Mickey saying it was probably originally painted, but so that's the question. He wants natural trim with black sash, black, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Ready? Want to go?
I don't think natural with black sash for a house that's is of any age in this particular area is fitting. I don't know, you could make it a soft gray. Black really isn't an old historic color, except when they were fighting the British.
Yeah,
And they had a
exactly.
black
This-
stripe around their
and-
chimney and they,
For sash for some reason.
and they did the sash and so that was it. But I don't think the house calls for, I don't think the house calls for natural trim. I don't know what, if you want the black to have a gray or something like that, but it doesn't set me off having it natural.
All right, the rest of it's okay,
Yeah,
the design. Okay. Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't see this house as natural wood trim. I'm not sure about the black sash, but I mean, I could kind of see, yeah, like a gray, but I just can't see a Victorian as natural to weather. I think you've done such a great job with the architecture. I think it needs
Coat
paint.
Okay. Sounds like that's where you're getting
Nothing
on.
about
Connie.
Yeah, I echo, I love the design of the house, but painted trim and then maybe a gray sash like had been previously stated.
You're so close. You know, so look, I was buying your argument about the natural trim. I don't like natural trim at all in general. I understand that people use it because it's, well, the interesting thing is it used to be cheaper because you didn't have to paint it. Now it's more expensive because you have to do it out of red cedar, and red cedar is off the charts expensive. So it's not actually a cost-effective alternative to paint it anymore. So I'm ambivalent about the natural trim. I think you made a good argument, a convincing argument. I, like everybody, I don't really like the black sash. Gray would be more appropriate, but no, so how can we get you to walk out if you're a happier person?
You know, I think if you tell me that architecturally the building's right, it's the color scheme is not
Architecturally, the
right.
building's right.
yeah,
That's what we're saying.
everybody.
Yeah, I think, you know, I don't technically need an approval tonight, and I don't want to make a color decision for my
Okay.
clients without their discussion on that. If I know that I don't need to change my drawings, I just need to change my labeling of color. And I'm understanding that you want paint on it, whether it's a gray and you don't like the black sash.
Okay, so you don't need an approval right now?
I don't. I like knowing the architecture's right, but as far as the color goes,
That you can walk away with,
Yeah.
yes, we're good on that.
He wants
Yeah.
to write something and
Well, it
In
sounds like
writing.
he's willing to hash it out with his client and come back later.
yeah, I mean, it's the minutes just reflect that the architecture is good. It's just the color.
The
that-
minutes will reflect that.
Yep.
Okay,
Cool.
so I guess we're gonna just hold on some revisions to the paint palette,
Thank you very much.
trim package. May I? may I-
Yeah, make a motion. to hold-
Oh, and of course, the elevations.
Yeah.
But you knew that. Can I have a motion just to hold
motion to hold for something.
for revisions to the
For
paint
revisions.
schedule? All those in favor
everybody.
of Abby's motion, thank you, Ben. All those in favor of Abby's motion? Aye. Any opposed? Very good. Okay, that was the conclusion of our regular business.
Minutes,
Yeah, so let's do some minutes.
February 7th and 9th.
Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, Diana's made a motion to approve the minutes of February 7th and February 9th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Here we go. I guess we can adjourn. We didn't open your stuff tonight, Diane.
I left it.
I
brought it
know.
back.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to open Diane's package of snack food.
I'll
No, no, we'll
Aye.
save them for next time.